This is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? Choose Natural Lawn of America. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. From organic fertilizers to safer weed and insect controls, they make sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The breaking news this morning is a hospital shooting, local hospital, where this is now, according to the police, an isolated incident. This going down in a suburb of Detroit, and they put out that the shooting happened at Corewell Health, Beaumont Troy Hospital. So the suspect was not in custody. Police asked the public to avoid the area. So we're awaiting those details as this story is still developing. It's a breaking story, but it just reminded me of really what happened just last month in York, Pennsylvania. The guy with he was armed with a pistol, carrying zip ties, takes hospital staff in the intensive care unit hostage. Remember that? And that was before he was killed by police. But remember, we had talked to the young officer's mom. What a sad story that was, with somebody who had experienced mental health issues, and we're still waiting for all the details of that one. But the shooter was later identified here in Pennsylvania as 49-year-old Diogenes Archangel Ortiz, and intentionally targeting the hospital after someone he had loved, a loved one for him, had died in the hospital. So just an all-around tragic situation, but just reminding us that violence at hospitals and for hospital workers, it's on the rise, often in these emergency departments and as well in maternity wards, in ICUs. And I think I had shared with you, and if you've had some kind of incident like this, 855-839-1210, I'd love to hear from you because I know over the holidays, over Christmas, when my son Michael became very ill and I was in the emergency department, they were at the local hospitals. They were searching people as you came in and making sure that you were not armed, even in children's hospitals. So that's, something that's a reality for hospital workers and beyond. So just wanted to get your take on that one and give you that update locally. Hi, Dawn Stensland, at Dawn Stensland on X. We have so much happening today and want to bring you up to date as we are still awaiting what's going on. What is going on with the violence, again, that's allowed? This apparently is part of freedom of speech, is it? So we have violence on college campuses. Yesterday, great conversation with Jeff Bartos. If you listened to that one, as Jeff was talking about what's going on, but the anti-Semitism on college campuses, Swarthmore, they were protesting again yesterday because rightfully the university taken action. And then as well, we have this, apparently this is condoned or this is allowed as free speech, the fact that people are torching not just Tesla dealerships. The latest story, and this is happening locally, if you have a Tesla, whether or not you've been threatened, whether you've been swatted, whether you've been targeted, or whether you fear this because of what's going on, this is terrorism. It's not just domestic terrorism, it's terrorism. So where are all the arrests? But this is happening in real time, that Tesla owners are on this website. And by the way, the little symbol for the website is a little drawn, kind of a emoji-looking drawing of a Molotov cocktail. And I'm getting word from, and I want you to call in 855-839-1210, but I'm getting word from people that, in fact, they're saying, oh, my God, my name is on this, my home address. So people are following you home and showing pictures of your home. That's just disgusting. That is a threat. Why? Because you own a Tesla. That's what's going on here. So what else is going on? And related to thinking about Israel, the IDF, the Israeli military, I've been covering this for you, launching this new ground offensive in the Gaza Strip. One of the lines here was opening the gates of hell. But this is, the IDF saying enough is enough. We want the hostages out. We want them freed. We're hearing that they are not in good physical or mental condition enough since October the 7th, right? And so you have 59 hostages. That's the number. But tragically, we learned from Trump, and that was, a week or so ago, that only 24 of the hostages were still alive. And that was, 2 weeks ago. So the concern here is that these 24 remaining, remember, less than half have survived. So we thought 59, then we got the update 24. How many are still alive? And so Israel saying, enough. We want the hostages released, all of them, right now. That's the latest. And it makes me nauseous to hear the media reporting, well, and this is what Hamas demands. No. You have no demands. You have hostages. You have hostages since October 7th. End of story. End of sentence. This is not a negotiation. Let them free. It is absurd, even the way it's being reported. And I know local media, friends of mine, and they say, well, we have to say both sides. No. Can you imagine? I just want you to imagine this. Your mom, your sister, your son, your brother, right? And they've been held hostage down in a cave. And they might not be alive at this point, the last of the 24, and haven't seen the sunlight, and they're being starved. And maybe they have medical conditions that have developed. God knows. Negotiate? Well, this is what Hamas wants. These are their demands. No. You have no demands. You have no case. Stop talking. Any negotiation does not even begin until you release those 24 victims kidnapped who are hostages. Does anybody disagree with me? Am I wrong here? Am I crazy? 855-839-1210. You tell me. Is it wrong even the way it's being reported?
Yeah, just it's ridiculous, Dawn. It's nuts.
What am I hearing? What is this? Is this
That's
what was on a local college campus?
No,
or
that was actually
nationally,
that was a
Columbia?
protest that was happening 2 days ago out in New York City, Dawn. Thousands of protesters marching the streets. Right there in Times Square. It's nuts. It's nuts.
You look CNN. I cringe when I even look at the local or national media, and they give the side of, well, Israel broke the ceasefire, and this is what Hamas, and they say this is a dangerous breach. You want to know danger? What did Trump say? What was that, 2 weeks ago when he said we have to get rough? Yeah, no kidding. Zero tolerance for anybody, anywhere. Can we just agree on this? When you think that you can get away with just kidnapping, wiping out innocent people, kidnapping mommies and daddies and grandparents. No. Zero tolerance. I'm just saying.
They don't release the hostages.
Well, do I have to define it for you? Look, all hell will break out. If those hostages aren't back, I don't want to hurt your negotiation. If they're not back by the time I get into office, all hell will break out in the Middle East. And it will not be good for Hamas, and it will not be good, frankly, for anyone. All hell will break out. I don't have to say anymore, but that's what it is. And they should have
Thank you, Mr. President.
They should have never taken them. They should have never been the attack of October 7th.
Thank you, Mr. President. So we have that going on. There's some breaking news audio in just a second. By the way, the Pentagon purge, that's what this is being labeled. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, his order to remove, quote, diversity content from all the Pentagon's platforms, leading to what CNN reports a massive purge of information. So what's happened, and they're saying it's cancer awareness. Does anybody, let's just talk about common sense. Does anybody think that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is purposely removing any cancer awareness material? I'm just asking for a friend. It's so absurd. And Dan Borowski, kudos to you, as Dan has more of the absurdity continuing with the situation with Tesla owners and Tesla dealerships being targeted.
So I'll make sure that I keep it short, but I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes.
So I think everybody should really enjoy taking this guy down and the stock down. And because of the example it will set, nothing's going to, we are in an oligarchic country that's fascist and becoming more fascist every day. And that means people are going to die, and it's going to get as ugly as we can think.
Just want to pause at the voice you hear right there.
John?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yep. John Cusack.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Sad to hear. And what's the?
Oh, that makes me. It is sad. That's one of my husband's favorite actors.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Do you remember in Say Anything when he was practicing karate?
And he holds up the boombox back when we had boomboxes.
But when he was practicing the karate, he had that outfit on. Why is he wearing it again for this?
John.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Let's continue.
So isn't that inciting violence? Can you imagine? Let's just take for a moment if an actor or take any pen. We've been talking about Sean Hannity. Imagine if Sean Hannity would say something like that, would say about a business person or an official or anybody, take them down. What does that mean to you? We must take them down. And then you have Jasmine Crockett. Correct me if I'm wrong, isn't she an official, a lawmaker, a represented official?
Yeah.
So is she not inciting violence against an American citizen? And right?
There's more if you want it.
All right, I want it.
And the only way to stop that is if the people who have the money are afraid of us, the 99%. And, it's the people who own society.
Hold on.
What?
Those people.
He's talking about people with money. How much money does John Cusack have?
This makes me sad. This is like Springsteen because Larry
Net
and I
worth
love
of $50 million.
Yeah, 50. So it's just, it always makes you sad when somebody in your favorite movie, it's like, you know what I mean? Somebody who's one of your favorites from the past, and then they come out and say these kinds of things. And by the way, I hope he doesn't realize it because he lives in such a bubble. And what is he worth? 50 million?
Yeah. According to Celebrity Net Worth, which we know is not very accurate, but
well, even if he's worth half of that,
we should probably make this more appropriate, Dawn.
What? Oh, don't do this.
Yeah.
Lair Bear, if you're listening, I'm sorry.
Is there a boombox around by chance?
Oh.
Yeah. You want to continue?
It's just sad.
Here's more John.
We have to make them really afraid. And what's happening now with Musk is making them very afraid. And that's a good thing.
If we kill the Tesla brand, if we drive down the stock price low enough, we can force him to sell his stock.
This is investigative journalist Micah Lee now talking.
Okay.
This is hashtag Tesla Takedown, TeslaTakedown.com, a new website, Dawn. I think you mentioned. Jeez, it's nuts.
To pay back the billions of dollars of debt that he took on to buy Twitter. This will drive Tesla stock into a death spiral. Tanking Tesla stock is a very solid strategy, and it's one of the only solid strategies that's really been articulated to deal with this moment. And if we're successful, we will collapse Elon Musk's wealth. And
What is with the vocal fry?
So we need to.
Okay.
What's with the vocal fry?
Okay, I'm an investigative
Image
journalist.
more so than the voice.
Let me tell you something. This is the way. So I doubt that he's really an investigative journalist, because if you are an investigative journalist, you're out investigating. To say that this is the best way to combat a situation is to incite violence and light dealerships on fire and threaten Tesla owners and make them fearful. That's what they're saying, right? Why are you holding your hands up?
Well, holding the boombox up for you, Dawn.
Oh, you're holding the boombox.
I'm outside
Sorry.
your window.
It was the imaginary.
Literally, if they were to see, there's a window right here.
Can you see it?
I was holding the boombox for you.
He's outside my window,
Yeah.
holding up my boombox.
You want to get back to that, or you want to?
I don't know. Are we helping to incite the violence?
Is that what's going on here?
John Cusack, you are so what a disappointment.
Well, did you see where the image stayed when I... Hold on, let me
What?
switch it. YouTube.com/@12WPHT, because the audio is great, but the video is even better. Here's a...
Be very clear about what our demands are, about what our bright lines are, and that we're not going to stop until Tesla is done
And
with
this
Musk.
person's Joan Donovan. Who is that?
I don't know, professor and activist, according to her Chiron. Don't know anything else about her.
Thank you.
Tesla was permanently tarnished the moment.
Oh, Alex Winter, Dawn.
Oh man.
Oh, that's
Why
sad.
are you ruining the? Oh man.
Yeah,
I don't even want to know this.
Yeah,
I'd rather watch a podcast with
Bill,
Michelle Obama, and her boring podcast with her brother, which at least is not, I don't think, inciting violence.
Could they not get Keanu Reeves? If they could just get Alex Winter?
Musk gave that Nazi salute and followed it with his brutal attack on the lives of ordinary citizens. And meanwhile,
So we need to be very clear about what our demands are, about what our bright lines are, and that we're not going to stop until Tesla is done.
All right, here's
with
Alex
Musk.
Winter again. Sorry.
Thank you.
Okay, wait.
Tesla was permanently tarnished the moment Musk gave that Nazi salute and followed it with his brutal attack on the lives of ordinary citizens. And meanwhile, the protests will continue to grow. They won't stop until Musk is stopped. That means more people in the streets, more people learning the facts about his attack on our democracy, more people who aren't afraid of standing up to corruption and bullies.
This is something that
You guys, here's the problem with them. They have become exactly what they claim they're fighting. They are a threat to democracy. They are a threat. They are the threat. They are threatening to incite violence.
Test. This is a statewide required monthly test of the Emergency Alert System, originating from the Pennsylvania Emergency Management Agency, Harrisburg. This is only a test.
Sports viewing.
Or is he going to go out with his friends for his
It's like, yo,
20th
Dad.
and,
Yeah.
you know.
Yo, Dad, sorry. Love to be there with you and Clay.
Do you think Barron has like a group of friends that he goes out to the bars with?
Probably.
Yeah?
I don't know.
Yeah? You want to finish out this Tesla takedown video?
All right.
Only like 30 more seconds.
Why not? You've already crushed.
Not even. Here's the rest.
Will continue to grow. They won't stop until Musk is stopped.
Bill from
That means more people in the streets, more people learning the facts about his attack on our democracy, more people who aren't afraid of standing up to corruption and bullies.
This is something that hasn't happened very much in our country, and it's time to take down a man who's done colossal harm and will do more harm if we don't stop him.
So I'll make sure that I keep it short, but I am.
That's back to the start.
Jasmine's on there too.
Yeah, that was the start of it. You want me to?
Wow. So that was we've come full circle.
I just put back up the picture of Alex Winter, though. Doesn't it look like he's trying out for the new Willy Wonka?
Yeah, right? All these people have not aged well.
No.
I don't know what drugs they did, but they're a little brain damaged. But to encourage violence, shame on you. Shame. Shame on every one of you in all seriousness. Because the problem is, and I really think that they want to quote, literally gun down, any individual, but listen to their words and look at what they're saying. They're very passionately making a plea, if you will, to their fans, to the public, to quote, take somebody down. So let me tell you something. If there's any attempt, even an attempt, I think these people should be charged with, at the very minimum, inciting violence. But I guess when it's the left, they're allowed. They're allowed to do that. God forbid if you do that on the right, if you have expression of speech on the right, they're going to come to your house. They're going to hunt you down, even send the IRS.
Remember they were calling everyone domestic terrorists?
Yeah. Not anymore.
And now they're firebombing cars.
It's insane. You know what? I know we have to take a quick break, but around the corner, and I've been DMing this individual who has gone public with an unbelievable incident, being swatted. He's somebody who's a biggity big scientist in the government, and like so many Democrats, has talked about on social media, saying, hey, I have to admit, my entire life I was a Democrat, I was a liberal, this and that, and now he sees what's happening and he's making that switch. And the moment now he becomes a Republican and or Trump supporter, you should see what they're doing to him. So we're trying to get him to call in, but at the very least, we can show you, you can hear what's going on and show you what happened to him. It's an unbelievable story. We have a jam-packed show for you. Thanks for being here today. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Compare with pure imagination, living there.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball.
It was fun, 100%. Every time it's spectacular.
Joe Conklin's awesome, hysterical.
Super funny. I love the horns. Oh my God.
Really enjoy it.
That's Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Matt's on Fayette Street in Conshohocken, Saturday, April 26th, supporting Plymouth Whitemarsh High School baseball. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
This is Merrill Reese. When you think of Impriano Roofing and Siding, you probably picture a sturdy roof or beautiful siding. Did you know they offer stunning entry doors, from secure steel and fiberglass doors to gorgeous glass designs? Impriano gives your home a fresh, beautiful look, all while keeping it safe and secure. Imagine vibrant colors and custom glass that'll wow every guest. Right now, get a brand new entry door and make no payments for 18 months. Call Impriano today to get started. The best homes have an Impriano roof and doors. Visit Impriano.com.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. As a bank, we pride ourselves on being boring. But the truth is, we couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic greater Philadelphia community. For nearly 160 years, we've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for our equally brilliant clients. We have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it
now. Talking about how when they're progressives, when they're far left progressives, I guess they're allowed to SWAT. If you don't know what swatting is, I think you do, but it's where somebody uses maybe some kind of a disposable phone or sneaky way to call law enforcement. They did it to Sean Farish. We've talked to him. They've done it to a ton of people across the country, where they call law enforcement and say, yeah, this guy, there's a domestic, he's got hostages, he's got a gun, he's armed. Police come in, SWAT might come in and, move in on your home. And so this has happened to people across the country. We've talked a lot to Sean Farish about it. I asked Sean if he needs to get some kind of a Ring doorbell just in case. But in one case I had seen this. His name is Matt Van Swal. And he's somebody who, man, what a tough way to learn this lesson. As Matt, he's a former nuclear scientist for the U.S. Department of Energy and worked for Apple, among others, but he's from Asheville, North Carolina. And so he is talking about this. First of all, Elon Musk had retweeted one thing where he says there's just within the past hour, an overnight investigation finding even more disturbing evidence of donation fraud in Matt Van Swal's name. Matt! I know. I love that. Remember the Jersey hottie, Kensington hottie? So it's Act Blue, FEC campaign reports. They claim that this guy donated multiple $2 donations to Democrat candidates in Kansas. And he says, I've never stepped a foot in Kansas in my life. I've never donated to any of these candidates. But he is somebody who is commending investigators, and he's putting this out. I reposted it if you want to check it out. But this is fraudulent behavior. So who really donated the money? You know what I'm saying? Is it one entity, a PAC, a Democrat PAC, and they're using other people's names? So he's saying that data at Data Republican unearthed some of this information, at least 9 of these donations that imagine this, you look and you go, what? I never donated to these individuals. It's very disturbing. So he's been calling people out. By the way, Elon Musk reposting some of Matt Van Swal's information, saying that this looks like a massive fraud. But he wrote a day ago, I've struggled to write this. Here goes. Until 6 months ago, I considered myself pretty liberal. I had not thought through every policy position. I just wanted to be on the side of the aisle I thought cared most about people. Hurricane Helene was eye-opening because remember, he lives in the Carolinas. So he says, Hurricane Helene was an eye-opening moment for me where I realized my expectations of what a government would do for me if I really needed it. And so he realizes the lies that have been told by the party he believed in at the time. And he says promises were made, but promises were not kept. Government officials talked down to us. The media abandoned us. I wasn't even remotely political before Hurricane Helene. I did not want to be, but seeing what happened here in Western North Carolina, I could not keep quiet. And staying silent was morally wrong when the need was so great. Politics matters when the politics affect you. Most people, he says, have no intention with the federal government in their daily lives. Nobody interaction with it. Nobody wants it. But we did every single day. And once politics affects you personally, then politics begins to matter. And it is worth the risk of saying something and being trashed for it than it is to let a horrible thing continue. So this is Matt Van Swal. It's a lengthy post, but he says that he's saddened by the attempts to silence so many on this platform with swatting and with fear tactics. He started this journey on X only because he saw people being failed by the government, and then he believed that X was his only tool that he could help them. And within this, and it's a lengthy text, I won't go through the whole thing, but this is apropos for anything. So let's say you're Riley Gaines, let's say you're Paula Scanlon, who I know she was just on Fox, and we had asked her to call in anytime.
Studio too. Good for Paula.
Yeah, look. I've said Senator. I can hear it. Senator Scanlon.
Ooh,
right.
Future.
The good Senator Scanlon. The good Scanlon.
Senator.
Right. And so but this guy Matt Van Swal.
Oh wow! I just realized there's a Scanlon already.
Is she calling in?
No, Mary Gay Scanlon.
Oh yeah, right. You got what I was saying.
Yeah,
she'd be the wicked witch of
trigger
the.
there. Sorry, they're done.
All right, and so this is, but back to, did you show his thing already? So what happens to him? He's somebody who was apolitical, but believed like many Democrats, old school Democrats, I'll say, believe that Democrats were the party of caring for people. That's what Elon Musk believed. That's what, quite frankly, Trump used to believe, I think.
It's there on your screen now. They're done.
So if you see, he released this, he and his wife, they have a baby, and the police show up at the home, and he's been swatted. You know why he was swatted? Because he was speaking out with outrage of what was happening during the Biden administration, because people were suffering after Hurricane Helene. The minute he started speaking out, just saying, where's the government? Why aren't people being helped? And then once Trump got in and they saw the difference, praising them, and look at what has happened. You see the police, the SWAT surrounding his home, guns drawn, a terrifying situation. And then he had long conversations, much like, it sounds similar to what Sean Farish has been through. And so after long conversations with the police, who, once they realized it, became very upset that this absolutely is putting patriots in peril, citizens in peril, but as well is clearly putting police officers and law enforcement in grave, because this is at night. It's dark. What if somebody thinks that their wife and baby are in danger? You just don't know what you're creating, a very hostile, volatile situation, because those officers believe there is somebody armed and dangerous holding hostages who wants to murder people inside.
So producer's note, I showed on youtube.com/@12WPHT the officers leaving the home, but I'm going to put up there now what you were just saying with the guns drawn and all that.
So you'll see, if you're watching on YouTube, and thank you if you are, and please you have to kind of do a redo, like a reset, because we do this at 10 a.m. Every show, I guess, resets, but especially at 10. So can you like us? Can you like me?
We all
and
like
push the
you.
thumbs up, and you have to kind of redo and reset.
Yeah, so there you go. Here's
so
them showing
here's
up.
the play-by-play. So you see, kind of have an arched, nice doorway with thankfully, I'm glad that they have the Ring doorbell. And it sounds to me Matt was responsible with this. So what he did, he had the conversations with the police, made sure that he can release this. And they as well have expressed they're infuriated. But you see the officer, again, following procedure. He has the firearm because he doesn't know. If somebody answers the door, it could shoot through the door. Are there hostages? And you see him following his procedure very properly, shining a flashlight inside, trying to see what's going on. And then, Matt Van Swal later showed a picture with he and his wife, the baby, terrified by the whole thing. But they acted appropriately, fully cooperated with the law enforcement, were shocked to find out that somebody would call law enforcement. And it's the same old story. Somebody uses a burner phone. They are able to trace it, maybe to the West Coast. That's what we're hearing. So who are these individuals doing this? And then at the same time, this guy, he finds out through this data network that somebody has been claiming that he made all of these donations to candidates in other parts of the country. Then you wonder, well, if they have his address, they have his information, if they had enough information to say he contributed to candidates, I would look at the voter rolls. That would be my next guess. Look through the voter. Did he vote in Kansas? Because that's my next guess, that he's also, and he says he's never been in Kansas, but now he's voting in a state, not just donating. That's my next question I'm asking. 855-839-1210. And we have to talk about my guys from Marvin E. Cans. You'll meet Jonathan. He's great. And this is really a family of, these are military families, veteran families who support our military, not just for the love of our country and the love of our military veterans, but as well because this is a military veteran founded company. Marvin E. Cans, third generation owned and operated. And yes, spring, today's the first official day of spring. So you want to make sure that your HVAC unit, your system in your home is running with full efficiency. Maybe test out that air conditioner, test out the dehumidifying situation and all the filters. Well, this is what I do with Marvin E. Cans, heating and air conditioning. They got us ready for winter. They're back to get us ready for spring. If you live in that older suburban home, consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning, because Mitsubishi Electric is a fantastic solution, especially for a home lacking ductwork, and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact my guys, my friends at Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning right now. Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. This is not just something where I'm giving lip service. These are my guys. These are the techs, the same guys who are going to come into your home. They're my guys who come into my home. And so I love these guys, and I can vouch for this company. I can tell you that they're fully vetted, and as well, I can vouch for the fact that they are true technicians, high quality. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Let's face it, most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing. It's called dentophobia. But my friend and dentist, Dr. Robert Bentz, understands this. I've seen over the years how he's helped even the most fearful patients overcome their anxiety and show them a comfortable, positive dental experience. Give Dr. Bentz a call, 610-272-6949. Take care of that dental work that you've been putting off and finally get that smile that you've always wanted. 610-272-6949. BentzDentalGroup.com.
This is Rhea Hughes with your invitation to experience everything a Lexus makes you feel. From exhilarating performance to endless capability to inspiring electrification. Now through March 31st at the Invitation to Lexus sales event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Now a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence recipient for the customer sales experience. Visit LexusofCherryHill.com. Lexus of Cherry Hill, family owned and operated.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-lexus.
WPHT. When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
The White House is withholding $175 million from Penn because the school allowed a transgender swimmer to compete more than 3 years ago. The PATCO high-speed line is planning to shut down overnight service for 6 months in order to deep clean stations and trains. And have you filled out your brackets yet? Today's the start of the college basketball tournament.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-921-5252. 800-921-5252. That's 800-921-5252.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Walter Sterling.
It's not good to get fired. There are no lessons to be learned from getting fired or losing something that's important to you or getting evicted. You'll get stronger if you get poor, if you get evicted, if you need food stamps. No, you don't. Those are bad experiences.
Sterling. Every damn night. Sunday through Friday nights at 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Nice little calypso. What is this little jam?
This is a new tune from Childish Gambino and
is?
Khruangbin.
All right.
I can't pronounce their name, but they're a fantastic, like jazzy kind of band. They were recognized pretty heavily at the Grammys this year.
Nice. Usually, my husband's like, "Did you hear this one?" I'm like, "Yeah," because this is the music that I hear with, you pick up the kids, you pick up the kids from school, car line, and this is like what's on their phone.
Yeah.
So I'm surprised I haven't heard it yet.
Yeah, no, this is like kind of weird, like kitschy kind of. Yeah.
It's kind of a nice little jazz feel to it, though, for sure. So, Trump, yes, Donald J. Trump will be in Philadelphia, NCAA, and will he be here? Is he coming here as part of, I don't know, making a statement about the NCAA changing its policies, or is he coming here just to enjoy a little wrestling? It's Penn State. We are Penn State, little wrestling. Or is it because of Barron's birthday? I don't have the answer for you. I just thought it was curious why they would come here this weekend and why he would show up at the Wells Fargo Center. And then I actually saw that, and this is kind of bizarre, because did you see that the PIAA, NCAA, they're all being criticized because they want people to pay in advance and get their tickets, for example, at the Wells Fargo Center. They want them to not be able to pay the day of and show up the day of and pay cash. They want everybody to get their advance tickets through online credit card sales, etc.
Is that like purely logistical that they're doing that? Like they don't want
They do it with everything.
But is that just because they want to move on to, automation and it cuts down the amount of workers they have to employ because they don't need to stock the windows with ticket takers and sellers?
Dan, it's probably all the above.
Yeah.
I imagine it's for security purposes. If you show up at the last minute with cash,
makes sense.
It's also for planning purposes, because if you know you're sold out, it's kind of nice to know if you have tickets available, that you could do promotions, right? But this is part of, and when I look at media omission and media bias by omission, to my knowledge, they've always done it this way. Suddenly it's a problem. Suddenly they're critical of these different groups. Why now? And does it have something to do with Trump coming here? I don't have the answer. I'm just raising a point. I'm asking the question, why now? Why have they never talked about this before? Because I don't think they have. And I have kids who've competed in all this stuff. This is the way it was. I don't think any policy, to my knowledge, has changed. Just a minute ago, because we air the little, isn't it KYW? We air their little snippets, their little commercial of the latest. And did you notice, and here's my ear, this is what I catch, when they say, oh, UPenn preparing for this as they're getting funding cuts of $175 million. And then the line was, because of what happened 3 years ago with allowing a transgender student who's male to run against a female, something to that effect. Alluding to, that's why we wanted Paula Scanlon to talk about all of this going on, right? But it's, because of what happened 3 years ago. So since when is that? I'll just ask the question again. If you're a news person, if I'm a journalism professor, which I have been, an adjunct journalism professor, then let me just ask you something. Is it relevant to say, well, this, which happened 3 years ago? So if it happened 5 years ago, if something happened again that violated, your civil rights, does it matter when it happened, whether it happened 20 years ago or, think of the civil rights movement, or you think of the women's movement, or just any kind of discrimination or any ism? Is it relevant? It's just, it caught my ear because it just felt like a little teeny weeny bit of commentary that just slipped in there. It's just my take. It's just my ear. It was that little bit of commentary, which happened 3 years ago. Because I don't really think necessarily that's always the way it's reported or worded. It just caught my ear. Maybe it didn't catch your ear. 855-839-1210. I'm just asking for a friend. A lot of times I'll just observe these things because when you go throughout your day and you have the radio on, and whether there's a little teaser, whether even if it's music, whatever, your podcast, if you're listening to live radio, which less and less people listen to, whether you're listening to us, I want to help to tune your ear, if you will, much like you tune a piano, to listen for these things, to watch for these things, because they matter. They influence all of us because why? They're all around us. You're watching on YouTube TV, you see the way a commercial is, right? All of these things influence us, but they really influence our kids, or they influence people who just trust, who still trust, let's say, the media, or somebody who says, well, I'm an official news person and I'm giving you those in my official voice. And this is the news because I'm saying it's the news, and so it's therefore unbiased. But you and I know, we know, right? It's biased. And sometimes. And that bias might be, what do they call it? Subconscious or whatever they call it. But it just seeps into our everyday lives. Make sure you are attuned to the bias, and that you call it out, and that you discuss it with friends, with family. And maybe I'm going to say, Dawn, you're splitting hairs. Okay. But it all adds up. And I want you to think about this. And this is something that I study, I live, I breathe. I do. I fully admit that. It's why I brought up J.D. Vance the other day. And I was so glad that our own Dan Borowski right away was like, oh, I've noticed that. Because when you see those emojis or whatever those images are and they go viral and, they're just funny. It's just lighthearted, just being funny, making J.D. Vance look like he's this guy who's gained like 500 pounds, right? Oh, and he's a doofus, by the way, and he's an idiot. If you don't think that stuff is targeted to just seep into people's brains, much like with back in the day, Kathy Barnett. Remember that they were saying about Kathy Barnett, oh, she's ist. Oh, she's this, she's that. And it was a lie. These were lies being spread. And then guess what? People believed it. People on the right believed it too. Maybe you believed it. It was a lie. They took something that she said, like at a Bible study, and made her sound like, oh boy, she's really, she's way out there. No, she was quoting Leviticus. Maybe you don't believe in Leviticus, but it was out of context. That's what they do all the time. So when I'm quoting people, like we just showed a podcast, right, with Jasmine Crockett, who's an official. She is a lawmaker. She should be censured for what she just did. But it's important to say, hey guys, this is a podcast. This was this was a representative. This was a duly elected individual saying we need to go after Elon Musk. We need to, quote, take him out. I do give the context, and I'll be critical of those who don't give the context. Although, albeit, when you say you want to take somebody out,
the thing is, though,
no matter what the context, is not good.
I hate to offer a slight correction, but it was less of a podcast, more of a mass call to action for this new organization that they put together, Tesla Takedown, hashtag Tesla Takedown, where they just featured multiple celebrities. And yeah, you're correct in saying that it's a podcast, but even further, it was a podcast for action that they were doing, essentially, where they featured Representative Crockett and, as you heard, John Cusack and others, and just violent rhetoric. One more time, Dawn, here's what Crockett had to say.
So I'll make sure that I keep it short, but I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with, on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes.
And to their credit, just to give you full context, because I always want to be responsible, there is, at one point, they flash up the words, something like nonviolent protest. They flash it up momentarily. Maybe that's to cover themselves. Whose podcast is this, though? So they're doing a special version of their podcast. You know, when we do a special show, we do things like raise money to support veterans and veterans groups, or support, sick kids or kids with cancer, that sort of thing. Think about the negative energy, just the basis of this. And it would behoove somebody like Jasmine Crockett, I would think, to say, nah, I'm going to pass on that. Your title of your special program is Tesla Takedown. That's not really responsible for an elected representative to be part of that, is it? 855-839-1210. I got to take a quick break. Get your calls. We do have more information.
They called it,
yes?
Sorry, Don, I just wanted to the exact word that they used, the phrase that they used, what they called it was a, quote, mass mobilizing call.
A mass call.
A mass mobilizing.
To their credit, they say a peaceful protest movement. So they do flash that up on the screen. To their credit, they flash that up momentarily on the screen, but then they go on and on and on and on to say, we need to take down, and they name Elon Musk. To me, I think that's a threat to his safety and security and that of his family, which is why we say, Elon Musk, we love you, we appreciate you, we thank you for donating your time, and at the same time, what a patriot to take these hits, to be living in danger amid threats, and to work for all of us to make America safe again and great again. This is the Dawn Stenslin Show. Be right back.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Window Nation is proud to stand with WPHT's Radiothon in support of the Travis Manion Foundation and our nation's veterans. Right now, upgrade your home with brand new energy-efficient windows installed in just 1 day. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Use those savings to make a difference. Support our veterans, support the Travis Manion Foundation, and invest in your home with Window Nation. Call today or visit windownation.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. 1 minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
RuPaul's Drag Race is back with a wet and wild new season, and you can watch it all on MTV with Philo. With Philo, you can enjoy live TV from your favorite channels like MTV, VH1, AMC, Discovery, BET, and more. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save and rewatch anything you want for up to a year. We've also got a collection of over 80,000 hit movies and shows that you can watch anytime, and the entire AMC Plus library, all for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Enjoy Philo on your laptop, tablet, phone, or TV, and stream on up to 3 devices at once. So what are you waiting for? Dive into the splashiest extravaganza yet and start watching the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race live on MTV with Philo for an unbeatable price. To start your 7-day free trial and make sure you get the best price for the TV you love, visit philo.tv today. That's philo.tv.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Many Democrats are angry at Schumer. Among them right now, we've all seen the news. He's about as popular as chlamydia. But that to me says as much about the Democratic Party as it does about Senator Schumer.
That's true. I don't know, Schumer, I think about, and that was, by the way, our favorite Louisiana Senator, Kennedy. My God, he's so funny. We should really string together all of his Kennedyisms. He's a hoot. So a couple of things come to mind here as we think about what's going on here with Schumer. I just go back to, remember the dinner that the White House, like the Correspondents' Dinner, and Trump was there and he sat next to Schumer. Remember that and how chummy they were? So I think maybe Schumer, I called him. Maybe Schumer deep down believes the Democrat Party left him too. I mean, maybe that's what that is, or maybe he's being selfish and thinking about his book and his retirement. I have no idea. But Schumer is, oh my gosh, it's a disaster for him as he's just getting ripped by the Democrats and the Democrat media. President Trump, TikTok, when is it going to happen? He is expected to sign this executive order today, any moment, closing the education department. That's what we keep hearing. And this fulfills a long-time campaign pledge, a promise to dismantle the federal agency. And so the White House has now indeed confirmed it's going to be signed today. So he'll hold the event at the White House, sign the order, and directing Linda McMahon, who you know well, Education Secretary Linda, and directing her to take all the necessary steps to make sure that this closure, to facilitate the closure of this Department of Education and returning education authority to the states. So he's also saying that the goal here, the wording of this is that she is tasked with making sure that this is effectively done and provides an uninterrupted delivery of services, programs, and benefits on which Americans and American children rely upon. So they're saying this should be uninterrupted, no disruption at all. But I know that Caroline Leavitt had shared this morning in her post. And so she put up in like all, it's up in all caps, happening today. So it's going to happen. It looks like it'll happen in the 4 p.m. hour. That's when Caroline Leavitt in the White House has confirmed it's scheduled to happen. So we got that going on, which is nice. Obviously, the formality of this will require an act of Congress. But I think that what they've done is gut it to as much as they can. That's what they're doing. I believe that the promise is that all of these services, like the loans, as I've reported to you, as I look at what their plan is, that it'll go to the states, and then who gives out and disseminates the student loans, that'll be rerouted through Treasury and other departments. 855-839-1210. All right, we have a lot developing. Quick break here. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Tasty Cake has a treat for every John. Peanut butter fans have candy cakes, the chocolate-coated cakes with a creamy layer of peanut butter inside. You like the simple classics? Crimpets are light sponge cakes topped with rich icing. Donut lovers have options for days. You've got frosted mini donuts, powdered mini donuts, and can't forget about the delicious Dippin' Sticks flavors. I mean, there's so many uniquely satisfying treats to choose from, but that's no surprise because it's Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Virtua Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtua Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Get ready for spring by making a statement in your home with beautiful, high-quality furniture from Bucks County Estate Traders. Browse over 16,000 pieces, all high-quality, famous brands, meticulously cared for and curated by our experts. Many pieces are even reupholstered by their talented team of craftsmen. You can furnish every room in your home with one trip to Bucks County Estate Traders. Their team of knowledgeable professionals provides a relaxed and rewarding experience. Visit BucksCountyEstateTraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome.
You spit in today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Some new studies out. What is the salary you need to live comfortably in our city or any city across the country? We'll look at that new study. The salary you need or the salary you want. We'll talk about that money report as the Fed yesterday decided to leave things alone for a while. I think that's probably good news. We've been talking about all the breaking news this morning, and one is reaction to this website that is, its mascot, if you will, is a Molotov cocktail mapping out Tesla owners locally, nationally, and their personal information amid a wave of attacks, fiery attacks, violent attacks at dealerships, and people whose, I guess, crime is that they drive a Tesla and therefore they're branded as a Republican, a Trump supporter, an Elon supporter, and now they're afraid. And apparently, well, at least one lawmaker as well as Hollywood stars coming together. The great Tesla takedown. Shame on them, as they apparently, I believe, are inciting violence against Americans, consumers, because of the car you drive. By the way, is that like your identity? Is there a vehicle identity, like a gender identity? Imagine if somebody was being targeted and we had a website that said, well, because of your identity, you should be targeted. We should take you down. Is that the same thing? 855-839-1210. But I'm going to begin with a local story. Just want to update you on this. And this, as a little girl in our region, has stabbed back, literally stabbed an attacker in the face, as this man, according to police, tried to abduct a little girl as she was on her way to school. So the APB is out there, if you will, and I'm saying APB is a general term, not really, but the description of this suspect, very concerning situation. A lot of parents speaking out about this because these detectives in Berlin Township, New Jersey, searching for this guy, they say he tried to abduct a little girl while she was walking to school. Camden County Prosecutor's Office speaking out about this, saying that police locally are being notified, and certainly on this side of the river, whether you're in Philadelphia, across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, the region, they always put the word out, because sometimes we've seen this where these abductors try to get one kid and maybe they're still in the region. In this case, she was trying to walk to her local grade school, and this guy approaches her, tries to abduct her, and she fights back, thank God, stabs the guy in the face with a sharpened pencil. And so he gets away. I know, it's terrifying, isn't it? So they're putting the word out. It's really the lead story locally as we think about this situation. But thank God the little girl gets to school. She's badly shaken, according to authorities, immediately tells her teachers, and her school reports it. And really just a horrible situation. So please, if you have any information, if you hear anything, they're putting the Detective William Defoney, Camden County Prosecutor's Office, Special Victims Unit, as well as Detective Sergeant Colin Kelbaugh. These are the detectives on this case, and they're asking us to please put the word out.
So Brianna Smith had some details from 6ABC if you wanted further details on this.
Sure. Let's hear it.
Here you go.
Yeah, Sharon, we are just minutes away from where the incident happened, and Camden County detectives say thankfully the 8-year-old girl is safe and unharmed physically, but just like any other day, she was walking here to John F. Kennedy Elementary School when detectives say she was approached by an unknown man, and now they're trying to arrest him before he targets anyone else.
It's very concerning. I moved here because I assumed it was a safe neighborhood.
Camden County detectives and Berlin Township Police were back in this neighborhood investigating after an attempted child abduction that the prosecutor's office says happened Wednesday morning.
That's tough. I wish I was out here. As a father, it's scary.
Detectives say an 8-year-old girl told school staff she was walking to John F. Kennedy Elementary School when a male approached her from behind and attempted to abduct her around 8:45 a.m. near Washington and Grove Avenues. Detectives say the suspect has a dark beard and he wore black clothes and a baseball cap.
We don't get that kind of action on this side of this area, so it's just very shocking.
Detectives say the girl was able to escape and run to school. She believes she stabbed the suspect with her pencil.
I have a 3-year-old. I just wish somebody could have stopped it, and I'm glad she got away.
I'm so happy she's okay and that she defended herself. I mean, that's a terrifying situation.
The district superintendent sent this.
So that's Brianna. What's her last name from? Is it NBC 10?
Yeah, Smith. Yeah.
Brianna Smith.
No, from 6ABC.
Oh, excuse me, 6ABC.
Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah. NBC 10 is, we always monitor all the local news, obviously. So I think they're everybody's lead. It's the lead story today because of such great concern. And I will say as well, the latest, I know Caroline Leavitt today is speaking out, calling upon Democrats and saying, hey, calling them out, saying you guys need to condemn this violence across that's aimed at Tesla private vehicle owners and families, but as well the dealerships.
I do have that video you just sent over, Dawn.
Oh, thank you. And I forget. I sent we're back and forth so much.
The Tesla violence.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So this is, what are we looking at? It's this is
what you just sent over.
The guy with, so this one I think is where this guy, and this happened in Syracuse, New York.
Yep.
Right? Appears to be a male or you never know now, whatever. This car, it says, he writes on the car, this car supports Nazis. That's what he scrawls on the hood. The vehicle owner is trying to identify the person in the footage, so that's why they're releasing this, and they were smart. This was pretty clever. If you're a victim of this, try to get as much video of an individual. In this case, the guy or the person, I don't know what the heck. They have long, bushy hair and kind of a mask. This person, I will just say this, with the star-shaped like bandana on his head or her head, whatever, kind of a specific looking person. So I think they're going to find this person. But the victim put this out, looking for help identifying this individual who vandalized my Tesla in Syracuse, New York. Another example of Teslas and Tesla owners being targeted. And so I will say this, that this person, this vandal, is not just vandalizing a vehicle, they're threatening a person's safety. And that's wrong. That's horrifying. And so that there is a law underway. We talked about it this morning on Kale and Company with Nick and Greg. We discussed this, that there is legislation, that new legislation to ramp up and beef up these kinds of attacks against individuals and groups that try to promote this kind of violence. Because it's not just vandalism, right? It's really a threat against people's individuality. And you might say it's a threat to democracy. How about that? This is a real threat.
It is.
Look, it's.
I don't think you're off base in saying that at all.
I mean, I said that a little sarcastically because it was a, you know who's talking point. But I will say this, that it's a terrorist threat. And you're threatening people because, remember, put it all together, what they want. And that's why Jasmine Crockett and all of those individuals should be ashamed of themselves. What they're trying to do is they're trying to get all of these individuals to sell their Tesla or prevent people from buying a Tesla. And they're doing that by threatening them, threatening harm and violence against them. So that is on so many levels. I thought that was wrong. I thought that you're not allowed to threaten violence.
Here's Pam Bondi, Don.
Targeting Tesla owners, they're targeting Tesla dealerships, they're targeting Elon Musk, who is out there trying to save our country, and it will not be tolerated. We are coming after you. We will find you. And if you are an organized group who is funding this, we're going to find you too. You better look out and you better stop it.
You better stop it, you bad boys and girls. She's like, that was kind of mom. Was that kind of mama? Yeah. She was like, you better stop it. I'm not kidding you. I know. You know, Pam Bondi, out of everybody in the administration, because of that stupid Epstein file thing that she went on was Jesse Waters' show. She's even, I mean, Nick and Greg and Sean Fair, they're all making fun of her. You know what I mean? Because of that one thing that it's her one thing. She went on Jesse Waters and tried to have a moment. I'm going to defend her because everybody else is putting her down. I like Pam. I do. I think, you know, she's been very busy, and just give her a little, she's brand new into the job. Here's the thing I will say, we never had these high standards for anybody in the last administration. Yeah. And the media, and there's good and bad in that, right? That conservatives are much tougher, even on our own, you know, leaders and elected officials, right? Even, like, look at Pam Bondi.
What's the point of coming out and saying something like that? You're going to release the Epstein files, and just I just don't understand her point in coming out, because past administrations, they weren't coming out and saying we're going to release this, and then days go by and then they don't release it.
They said stuff all the time that was just nuts. I mean, we could go back to Obama. Obama was promising what is now Doge. Former President Obama actually created the original department. Not that anybody called it Doge. I mean, I think Trump and Elon Musk made it kind of cool. But it was, if you technically want to look at who declared that,
everyone knows that getting rid of the deficit will require some tough decisions. And that includes cutting back on billions of dollars in programs that a lot of people care about. But what should be easy is getting rid of the pointless waste and stupid spending that doesn't benefit anybody. Waste we should be getting rid of, even if we didn't have a deficit. Sure, some of these cuts aren't that big, but no amount of waste is acceptable. Not when it's your money. Not at a time when so many Americans are already cutting back. Just as families are living within their means, government should too. Did you know the federal government pays for a website devoted to a folk music ensemble made up of forest rangers? They're called the Fiddlin' Foresters.
What?
Oh, I like the Fiddlin' Foresters.
I'll put their music on my iPod, but I'm not paying for their website.
I'm not.
And there are hundreds of similar sites that we should
dancers?
Consolidate or just get rid of. By the way, you're not only paying for websites no one needs, you're paying for thousands of buildings all across the country no one uses. For the last decade, the government's owned a massive and completely empty warehouse in the middle of Brooklyn, for example. Now, the government hadn't been able to sell this building and others like it because of red tape and Washington politics.
All right, it goes on and on and on.
It goes on and on, but how many buildings? Now you see it every day in the Inquirer, Dan Borowski. Do we have Dan Cam?
Sure, yeah.
Where's the Dan? People are asking.
No one wants to see my ugly mug.
Yes, they do. Everybody loves Dan Borowski.
Mm-hmm. I'm enjoying the Fiddlin' Foresters back here.
Okay. And I imagine he would say, Doge, you need to ban the polka. I'm just trying to say a hard O. You know what's weird?
Hold on, why do you got to bring me on camera to take aim at a Polish, you know? Is that what's going on here?
No.
I'm going to bring Dan on just so I can blast polka?
No. We can't see Jimmy. Jimmy doesn't have a Jimmy Cam yet, but he's very busy too. I will say this, two things. Number one, Barack Obama. Oh, here we go.
Get some Pennsylvania polka going from you, from Lawrence Wells.
Do you polka?
Music, the band is speaker. Pennsylvania polka. Pick out your partner and join in the fun.
Let's do the Trump dance. Doing the Trump dance.
Andre Belleva is on hold, probably wondering what the heck is going on.
Oh, sorry, Andre. I totally got lost in the Doge.
He's doing a Pennsylvania polka over this new energy plan from Josh Shapiro.
And let me tell you something. You do realize, Andre, when you hear Barack from back in the day, and he's doing all the talk, didn't get her done. Elon and Trump have put into action even what Obama said. But you know what else I hear, Andre, and I wonder if you hear it? There's an allegation that our governor, Josh Shapiro, who grew up here, sounds an awful lot like Barack Obama in his cadence, the way that he speaks, even though Barack Obama grew up in Hawaii and then Chicago. He has more of a Midwestern little twang.
But we're finally cutting through all that.
Do you hear that, Andre, or is that just me? Is there
That's actually Barack Obama.
Sorry.
Tricked you.
Is that Barack,
I
or
hate
is
to
that...
say this, before we go to Andre, we do have to hit a break, too.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
Oh, darn. Andre, thank you for your patience. All right, we'll be right back.
With tariffs and a potential trade war sending ripples through the stock market, it's more important now than ever before to become crash-proof.
Anthony Torelli, Clifton Heights, Pennsylvania. I think you owe it to yourself and to your family to take a look at crash-proof retirement. A lot of people are worried about the tariffs, but I know I'm not going to lose anything when the market comes down. My investments are going to be protected in the crash-proof system. This year, our portfolio grew by 15.7%. If I had left my funds with my previous advisor, that money would have returned about 8 to 9%, and we outperformed my previous advisor by 2 to 1. That's interest credited that we're not going to lose with no fees involved. If President Trump can do what he did in his previous term as president and get the economy booming again, then that would be great for Crash Proof, and it'll be great for my family and my future.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at the Mendenhall Inn on April 22nd. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I couldn't imagine how good it would be with the orchestra. Phenomenal.
All his voices are fabulous. He sings, his daughter sings. She was absolutely wonderful, too.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa during the $1 million Worldly Winnings drawing. Play and earn entries now through April for your chance at over $1 million in prizes, including 10 $25,000 dream vacation packages. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings March 29th and April 26th. The world is your jackpot at Borgata Hotel, Casino and Spa. $1 million Worldly Winnings only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Attention Medicaid patients.
If you're on Medicaid, how would you like if your caretaker was your daughter, your son, your grandchild, or your close friend? If you're on Medicaid, Freedom Care allows you to choose who provides your care, and that caregiver will get paid instantly after their shift. Yes, your caregiver will get paid instantly, and it's 100% free to you if you are on Medicaid. Call 267-692-3782 and ask Freedom Care how to get started with care today. No more worrying about getting care from an aide at an agency. Freedom Care helps you choose who you want to take care of you, and that person gets paid. Call Freedom Care at 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782 to get started today. You get a caregiver you know and trust, and they get paid instantly after their shift, and it's free to you. Start now by calling 267-692-3782, 267-692-3782, or go to freedomcare.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go. And that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
I've reported in the past, well, I complain all the time about my PICO bill, but energy costs that we pay here in Pennsylvania, in the Philadelphia area, but across Pennsylvania, 40+% higher than the rest of the country. And now, could some new policies by your governor, my governor, Josh Shapiro, will these policies, if they go into effect, and if he gets his budget wishes, will our energy costs go up again? Oh no, say it ain't so. Let's bring in our favorite senior policy analyst. This is Andre Beliveau with the Commonwealth Foundation, and somebody who knows energy policy for sure. This is his wheelhouse. Absolutely. Hey, Andre, thanks for your patience. We had a little polka going on there, a little polka dance. So how are you today?
I'm doing well. Good to be with you again, Dawn. Yeah, it's funny when you were playing those recordings. At first, I was like, "Is that Josh Shapiro or Barack Obama?" Well polished politicians. Just apparently, they speak the same language.
I know it's uncanny. It really is. So you're the senior manager of energy policy, Commonwealth Foundation. You live and breathe this stuff. You study this. I know that you've been asked as an expert to testify at different points or give your take on things. So what's the latest? You've been in the headlines as far as Pennsylvania's energy policy. Where do we stand? Are things getting better, getting worse? What do you see?
Well, and here's the thing, and you rightly point out, Dawn, that the energy costs, like the retail consumer costs of energy in Pennsylvania, are quite high, and that definitely should not be. And of course, that's a result of federal policies that are still left over from the Biden administration. And we're starting to see course corrections there. We're seeing great things in energy policy coming out of Washington, D.C. from President Trump and his executive orders to unleash American energy dominance. That's a great thing for Pennsylvania. Broadly speaking, Pennsylvania is an energy leader. It actually is the number one electricity exporter in the entire country. So we export power, and our surrounding states benefit from Pennsylvania being a powerhouse of energy. We're the second largest producer of natural gas. Lots of great things. Our energy production has gone up while our emissions are going down. We have a reliable grid. Pennsylvania is an energy leader. So, of course, Josh Shapiro, for whatever reason, doesn't want to embrace drill, baby, drill, doesn't want to embrace American energy dominance. He wants to keep the status quo of Joe Biden's radical climate policies and wants to put forward a Pennsylvania last energy policy plan. And that's what he's put out. He's released something that he's calling his lightning plan, which I like to say it's actually the out in the lights plan. And if you already think you have high electricity bills, you would be right to think that. And the truth is that Josh Shapiro wants to just make them even higher. The energy industry in Pennsylvania has lowered emissions, and it's a success story. And that's happened through market innovation. That's happened from the shift from coal to natural gas. So what's Josh Shapiro's answer to that? Thank you for lowering emissions, free market, but we need government to fix this because there isn't a progressive policy or a big government policy that Josh Shapiro isn't willing to grab and put in place. People like to call him a moderate, but he's a tax and spend liberal, and there's not a progressive policy that he doesn't enjoy. So whether it's RGGI, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, which he's currently fighting in the Supreme Court to increase Pennsylvania's energy bills, whether it's his plans that he wants for self-inflicted wounds in Pennsylvania, it is a recipe for the grid to be less reliable and for energy prices to go up. So not common sense. And again, certainly a plan to put Pennsylvania last when it's already been a energy leader.
So I know Governor Shapiro, just to push back and what he's saying. So he's saying this RGGI. He also names, in the past we've talked about PACER, PACER, which is Pennsylvania Climate Emissions Reduction Act. And then there's the Pennsylvania Reliability Energy Sustainability Standard, PRESS. So some of those are alternatives to RGGI. Whatever you want to call it, Governor Shapiro has said that what he's for is to make sure that we filter the air, clean water, and that's why he's pushing for this. So this is the attempt to join this multi-state initiative, right, where all these participating states would set a cap on the emissions, and then require those who generate the power to purchase, I guess, certain allowances for each ton of CO2 emitted. And so I think what Governor Shapiro and others are saying, well, this is a good thing because it's about filtering the air and filtering out the pollutants that we all breathe. You say what?
Well, I think, on course, on paper, that sounds great. I mean, whomst amongst us doesn't want clean air, clean water, and to preserve, and be good environmental conservationists and be responsible stewards of our environment. And if we weren't doing those things, then, maybe the big hand of government needs to come in there, maybe, but that's not the case. His plans are, a solution in search of a problem that doesn't exist. The truth of the matter is that Pennsylvania is already reducing emissions. In fact, we're doing it faster and more better than the states that are in RGGI. And Pennsylvania is only one of 3 states in the entire region to drop emissions while increasing energy production. So we're producing more power and reducing emissions while we're doing that. Only one of 3 states in the entire region. And again, RGGI states are not doing that. They've lowered emissions by giving out less power. So think about, we're hearing that we need more energy. They're taking energy off the grid to decrease emissions, but we're decreasing emissions faster than they are without RGGI, without PACER, and we're boosting energy production. So, the data just cuts against him, and we have to remember what RGGI and what PACER is fundamentally. It's a tax. It's a tax on carbon, which equals, because if you're going to tax the energy producers, that's going to trickle down to consumers. So it is an economy-wide energy tax that we will all be paying for. And it's if we're just going to talk about good governance, this is not good governance. The market is already delivering, and Josh Shapiro now wants to punish the natural gas industry, which, by the way, not only in Pennsylvania, but across the country, the number one driver of lowering emissions in the United States, according to EIA data, and also the Independent Fiscal Office in Pennsylvania shows the number one driver of lowering emissions has been natural gas. And, Josh Shapiro says that he's an all-of-the-above governor. Well, all of the above policies is what brought us the Green New Deal. And certainly Josh Shapiro's plan is his own version of the Green New Deal with all of the alphabet soup of all the fun acronyms, RGGI, PACER, PRESS, his EDGE tax credit. All of these things are just big government programs. Again, it's a solution in search of a problem. His intentions are good, but why, if we're already delivering, if he really cared about dropping emissions, we're already doing it. The truth is it's not that. This is wanting to be government central planning to deliver to his green energy industry donors. Mm-hmm. It's handouts for part-time energy like wind and solar, and you can't run a full-time economy on part-time energy. There's not a progressive policy that Josh Shapiro isn't willing to grab and try to rebrand in his own way, but the data tells a different story, Dawn.
And so, I believe what you've estimated, Andre Beliveau, is that because of this with RGGI or whichever program you want to talk about, because the producers would have to, do this cap, and then they would have to end up paying more, they would pass it along to us. And that, you have said, could increase already high energy costs. You're estimating 30% increase in electricity?
So the numbers that we've had for RGGI, and these have been out for a couple of years now, those are about 2023, 2022 estimates, was 30% for RGGI. But that's also yet the RGGI allowances, or the actual tax that would be imposed, the carbon tax through RGGI, has increased since those estimates are done. So it would probably be higher than 30%. And what I will say is that next month in April at the Commonwealth Foundation, and your listeners can go to commonwealthfoundation.org. We have information there, not just on our work on energy policy, but our work on education and the state budget, everything else. I encourage your listeners to go there and look at our research. But we will have a report coming out next month that analyzes Governor Shapiro's PACER and PRESS program. And what I can tell you is that 30% is a conservative estimate. If his plans come into place, we're looking at upwards of a 60% increase in electricity costs in Pennsylvania, already high costs. They say we sit on the Saudi Arabia of North America. We are responsible for the shale boom in the United States. There's absolutely no reason why Pennsylvanians should be paying already high electricity costs, and the industry is delivering on lowering emissions, which people want. and they're delivering on reliability. And Josh Shapiro's plan increased costs and cuts reliability in half. Tell me how that makes sense.
And what about, let me ask you this, as far as the emissions, when we're thinking about the energy producers, how does all of this affect as far as your vehicle emissions? Because we've talked about in the past that I know that we have the inspection programs, and we've heard a lot about that depending on the different administration, which can be very costly. And I've done interviews about this. Does this have to do with, do any of these plans have to do with vehicle emissions, or are they just the energy producers?
Right. These are separate policies. Of course, the state of California has tried really hard to get its sort of EV mandates spread across the country. President Trump put the axe on that immediately, which is good. If you want an electric vehicle, you should have the consumer choice to buy it, but it shouldn't be, we shouldn't be paying for other people's EVs. If you want it, buy it. You should have that consumer freedom. But if I want to have, a different kind of car, you should have that consumer choice. But this is not the same thing. What all these plans that Governor Shapiro is looking at are all our power generation sector, the people that are giving us the power, so that way when we flip the switch, the lights come on. And, with the increase of artificial intelligence and these data centers, we need more energy, not less. And, Secretary Chris Wright at the Department of Energy has said that the issue we need now is we need, energy abundance. We need attrition. We need to be adding onto the grid, not taking away. And Governor Shapiro's policies, not only will be taking jobs away from our robust energy sector in Pennsylvania, but there's not been a new natural gas plant. Again, natural gas is what's responsible for keeping the grid reliable, but also lowering emissions. We've not had a new one built in Pennsylvania since the threat of Reggie came onto the scene during Governor Wolf. So that's certainly not good. And they're threatening all to retire early reliable power plants, the coal plants in Pennsylvania, which already make up a small percentage of the grid. But if we're not replacing that with something that's providing full-time power, and we want to replace it with part-time energy like wind and solar, which Governor Shapiro wants to do, that's just not going to work out for us. The math, the energy realism comes about really, really fast, and the reality of how the grid works. But yeah, he essentially wants to cut Pennsylvania's energy sector, the power generating sector, cut its reliability in half, and wants Pennsylvanians to pay more money for that.
So how much right now, what are the allowed emissions from these power producers? What's allowed?
Well, I mean, so this is up for debate at the moment, right? Because even what we've just saw, we've had the biggest deregulation cut in American history this last week from Lee Zeldin at EPA. So they're changing some of these EPA regulations, because again, the truth of the matter is, why have a government regulation that's not needed? Because that creates more red tape, more bureaucracy. You have to create positions for people to operate a system that's unneeded. It makes no sense. And the truth is that I think Pennsylvania is a great case study. The energy industry has shown that through market innovation, through a transition from coal to natural gas, we've not only kept the grid reliable, produced more power, so much so that we can export upwards of almost 20% of our power. We export outside the confines of the Commonwealth, and that's actually why states like New Jersey and states like Maryland and Delaware, they can afford to be in Reggie, because Pennsylvania is giving them their power. And we've lowered emissions, so it's a success story that you don't need the heavy hand of government to do this. There's market incentives, business incentives, and good stewardship and citizenship that drives people to want to deliver reliable, affordable, and increasingly clean power. And the thing that keeps electricity costs high is all of this regulation and red tape, whether it's coming from plans like what Governor Josh Shapiro is proposing, or whether it's coming through entities like the EPA. So I think a lot of these things are up for debate. I think if we look to Pennsylvania, we have a great case study. And if you look to places like California that are having rolling blackouts, or you look to Texas with what happened down there during the Storm Uri, where they lost their grid and experienced blackouts there. We've not had that experience in Pennsylvania, because so far the energy industry has been allowed to stay afloat and deliver. And again, we should be seeing costs go down, but because of subsidies from the Inflation Reduction Act that are still alive, and even just the threat of policies like Reggie, that keeps our electricity bills high, and we can't afford for them to go even higher.
Yeah, and so I guess the final question here, because we have a game that we want to play up ahead. But Andre Beliveau, we talked to you because this is your expertise, this is your wheelhouse. But what about we talk about privatizing things? So even the EPA at the state level, at the federal level, we always hear that they're shorthanded, right? So what about incentivizing the private sector to come up with filters or whatever, or policing, or just being watchdogs for this? And then incentivizing businesses. Because let me tell you, I live in the Chestnut Hill section of Philadelphia. You put those ladies who run Chestnut Hill and the Sisters of St. Joseph, you're not going to have any emissions, because they'll come up with, they will invent they'll get the kids to invent the filter, and then they will watch you like a dog on a bone. You know what I mean? So, so I just think the more local it is, and then the more you incentivize local people to do that, that's the way to go, because the federal government, it just seems with all the bureaucracies, they actually don't do what we want them all to do, which is just make the air cleaner and better filtered, or the water, right? I mean, that's my take on it.
Right. And the industry has delivered on this too. I mean, just to use the natural gas industry as an example, they already have scrubbers on their plants. Our coal plants have scrubbers. I mean, we have some of the cleanest power plants in the world, because, not only have we had some regulations, but we've had market incentives to do that. I mean, China's not doing that. India's not doing that. Yeah. And they're adding more and more coal power plants. Wherever the carbon is emitted, it's sort of indifferent. If we care about global emissions, it's sort of indifferent as to its geographical origins. So if we're going to spend all this money through subsidies to harm our economic environment, what is the actual trade-off here? What are the benefits to the natural environment? I don't see it, especially when China and India are building, a new coal plant a month, and they don't put scrubbers on theirs to make it cleaner. So the industry is already delivering. You've seen some of the natural gas drillers in Pennsylvania. They're now doing live reporting online. You can go onto some of their websites. They have something called Radical Transparency, where you can see what they do to cut and curb emissions. I mean, it's remarkable. So we are doing that, and I agree with you. If we can unlock the private sector to do more of that, to do it, because of course they want to do that. They live around the places where they're drilling and where these power plants are. And also, by the way, if we can cut red tape and regulations to build more nuclear power, which is the most reliable zero carbon emitting energy source we have. We've seen some, private investment there with things like 3 Mile Island. But again, the biggest hit, and bottom line here, Josh Shapiro wants all these subsidies and all these government programs. The best thing we can do is deregulation, cut the red tape, and that will lower costs, and we'll get a better product at the end of the day.
Andre Beliveau, thank you so much. Commonwealth Foundation, Energy Policy, biggity big, as I always say, Senior Policy Manager. Thanks, Andre. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for having me, Don.
Absolutely. Always. Until next time. So Dan Barraza, we'll play it amongst ourselves.
No, it doesn't make sense. We got to go to break here. Sorry, Don.
Yeah, we'll go to break, but Dan created a game so we can do the game on the other side. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Mild temperatures stick around for the first day of astronomical spring. It'll be partly to mostly cloudy with a high of around 68. A strong cold front moves into the region tonight, bringing some showers around during the evening. It'll turn breezy with a low 44. And for Friday, sunshine and clouds, breezy and cooler, high 56.
If Ernest Hemingway was alive today, would he say this to you?
Shakespeare, Mark Twain, Edgar Allan Poe, all great writers. And after reading your book, I simply must add you to the list.
Wait, you don't have a book yet. So make a free call to Page Publishing. Turn your book idea into publishing gold.
800-215-6818. 800-215-6818. That's 800-215-6818.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. Call 800-653-1188. 800-653-1188. Have you been thinking about doing a Roth conversion, but the upfront taxes are holding you back? Welcome to Rothright. We can show you how to significantly reduce taxes on a conversion, potentially saving hundreds of thousands, even millions in taxes over your lifetime. A Roth conversion will give you tax-free income, eliminate required minimum distributions, and leave a tax-free estate to your heirs. Sign up for a free educational seminar now. Call 855-415-ROTH. That's 855-415-ROTH. Rothright is not a financial advisory firm. Consult with a tax professional before making any financial decisions.
Dawn Stensland here. My friends at Piazza Premium Automobiles feature the latest luxury vehicles from today's top brands. Mercedes-Benz, Jaguar, Land Rover, BMW, Porsche, Alfa Romeo, Maserati, and more. Sleek new designs and innovative features with thousands of new and certified pre-owned vehicles available across Pennsylvania, Delaware, and New Jersey. Piazza Premium Automobiles stands out. Visit PiazzaPremiumAutos.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, millions of men experience ED, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. At HIMSS, our own board-certified urologist, Dr. Peter Stahl, knows this better than anyone, and he knows that HIMSS can help.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS.
Through HIMSS.com, you can access a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs. Options at up to 95% less than the brand names when you get started at hims.com/joy. To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% less than brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Window Nation stands with WPHT's Radiothon in support of our veterans. For a limited time, buy 2 windows, get 2 free, plus 0 down, no payments, and no interest until 2027. Make a difference. Support the Travis Manion Foundation and invest in your home with Window Nation.
Dawn Stensland, weekdays 10 till noon, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
We're covering it all for you. Donald J. Trump coming to Philadelphia on Saturday. That's one big story. And the other story that'll happen this afternoon, as the White House has released the time, 4 p.m. this afternoon, is when Trump is expected to be in the Oval, I guess, signing that executive order to ultimately do the Doge on the Department of Education, which technically, if you really want to say it's ended, it will require congressional approval, but essentially they've gutted it and laid off the workers they could. It was a very small department, by the way. This is not a massive department, only about 4,000 individuals. And mostly what they're doing is they said that this was duplicitous, a lot of duplication. In other words, Department of Treasury should be handling all of the student loans and that sort of thing. They already do that. They're already set up and teed up to do that. So the Trump administration say, hey, we can absolutely streamline this, because mostly the Department of Education, what they're for is the student loan situation. I don't know if you knew that or not, but that's what they're saying, and then give the states back the power. So that'll happen at 4 o'clock this afternoon. All right, Dan Borowski created this little game. No, you don't want the game. That was a little hissy fit. That was like a 3-year-old. He's not I'm sorry. He's not happy. He's like, oh, he's like, that's like, I wish he were on the Dan cam, because he did, you know what? Your kids are little, and they go,
I'm very annoyed because we need to stay on time, Dawn. So,
so
we got about 3 minutes here before we got to go back to break.
We don't have time for the game.
Yeah, we don't.
So that was...
We might have time for it when we come back there, Dawn.
Okay. All right. So what do you want to do then?
Let's head break again, Dawn.
Oh, sorry. Quick break, and we'll do a little game on the other side, 855-839-1210, if you'd like to come out and play and have a play date. Be right back.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, my listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com and enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com and use that code MyEnergy, MYENERGY, to grab Rescue Orosine with that buy one, get one free saving. Stay energized, stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplements.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, just $189.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey, navigation? Take me to Kia of CherryHill.com.
Kia of CherryHill.com is offering super low lease payments on Telluride, Carnival, Sportage, Sorrento, and the all-new K4. Kia of CherryHill.com is home to over 300 new Kias available for immediate delivery. Kia of CherryHill.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Available 24/7 at Kia of CherryHill.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Get ready to hit it out of the park every time you fire up the grill this spring with Hatfield. Swing into action with Hatfield's variety of marinated pork, ground pork and sausage, ham, bacon, and your favorite Hatfield Phillies Franks. With over 24 distinct flavors that can be ready in minutes, Hatfield pork is food you'll feel good about serving. From home or at the ballpark, find your flavor with Hatfield, the official pork provider of the Phillies. Visit simplyhatfield.com for recipes and put pork on your fork.
Dawn Stensland here. Recently, I had Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning out to my home to make sure it's winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Maybe you live in an older suburban home. Consider a ductless unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning. Mitsubishi Electric is a great solution for a home lacking ductwork and could provide up to $2,000 in tax savings. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning now. MarvinEKANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Well, quite the scramble here, Dawn, as we get together a new game show for the Dawn Stensland Show, because as you and Andre were talking about, there is quite the cadence that's shared between two very prominent politicians in our life, first being the former President Barack Obama and current Governor Josh Shapiro. So I thought, Dawn, maybe I'd compile a couple of clips here and see if you can guess correctly who we're listening to between the former president and the current governor. So, Dawn, first up, take a listen.
We worship an awesome God in the blue states, and we don't like federal agents poking around in our libraries in the red states.
First up, Dawn, who was that?
Josh Shapiro.
Nope. That would be...
Oh, it sounded... That's amazing.
They are extremists. They are out of touch with where I know Pennsylvanians to be.
Oh,
that's
I gave it away.
definitely Shapiro.
Yeah, well, that one kind of gave it away. How about this one, Dawn?
You deserve better than somebody who's just trying to make a quick buck.
That's definitely Obama.
All right, you're getting better. Getting better.
All right, I'm getting better.
I lean on my family, and I lean on my faith.
Shapiro.
Wow. Oh, we're on fire now. We are on fire now.
We have to do this again because it would be fun to take calls and just do something fun with it because it's close. I will say it's close.
One more for you. You ready for this?
So in love with you. This is your...
Oh, that's Obama because that kind of fan cheer, I don't know that Governor Shapiro has ever gotten that kind of fan cheer, right? Little love.
Yeah.
And I've never heard Josh Shapiro singing.
No?
But maybe next
I can
time.
find him. Maybe I can find him.
I know, you guys, if he started doing that, that would be awesome. Is Barack singing that to Michelle?
He's singing it somewhere. I think it's at the DNC, actually, that he sang that.
It was?
Yeah. Yeah.
He actually has a nice voice.
So in love with you.
Like, listen to the women swooning.
Yeah.
That right there, that was like kind of like hot that he did that. That's part of his
Did you
charm.
just call Barack Obama hot?
He's kind of hot. I saw him on that jet ski in Hawaii.
Yeah.
Look, you don't get to be that popular as he was, and I think is. And how come you don't see Barack? Where is Barack, by the way? Where is he? We see Michelle. We don't see him anywhere. He's like, I'm not one of those crazy Democrats. Oh, hell to the no. That's basically what you don't see. I don't see former President Barack Obama anywhere. He's not defending Schumer. He's not defending anybody. He's like, since he's not.
Cool. I mean,
right?
an hour ago, he did tweet out his President Obama's March Madness bracket.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he's doing a little March Madness.
He's got Duke winning it.
But you don't see him duking it out for
I like how you did that.
Schumer or anybody. I think that's very telling. So it's by omission, as we like to say. Well, I can't wait to see we know today. Here's what we know with Trump. Talk about it factor. We know he's going to be signing this executive order, but he's like the everyday box of chocolates in Forrest Gump. Because you never know what you're going to get. You do not know what he's going to say, what Peter Doocy or whoever's going to ask. And so he'll break news with something totally different. That's the crazy piece of our jobs, is that even from 4 p.m. until 10 or 11 p.m., he'll be putting things out on True Social. He'll be talking about what he's doing with policy, and you just never know what's going to happen and what's next. And we haven't even touched the latest Doge findings, or even what Dan played earlier with Barack Obama back in the day, then president, as he was talking about Doge, basically talking about all these empty buildings. It was so popular, and people said, "Oh, look at Barack, and he's so handsome, and he's so fabulous, Hercules,
so
right? He's so hot, and look at him, and he's going to make to our tax dollars stretch." Why is it that essentially the people who took that and then supersized it, made it better, made it effective, and now they're shutting down these empty buildings, and that was pre-pandemic, but now it's a whole new day because the guy in the Oval Office, happens to have an R behind his name, and it happens to be Trump, and so all of a sudden what was so popular then that has been put into action is so unpopular, un-American, a danger to democracy. Isn't that amazing? I mean, that's a piece of it. Barack Obama tried to do these things, but the swamp prevented that from happening. You could even argue that Barack Obama is cheering this on. Not that I don't know. I mean, has anybody said to him, "Hey, this is what you wanted. Aren't you happy that they're doing it?"
Government should too. Did you know the federal government pays for a website devoted to a folk music ensemble made up of forest rangers? They're called the Fiddlin' Foresters.
Foresters.
Thinking on the Fiddlin' Foresters.
Fiddlin' Foresters. We don't want fiddling around with your tax dollars. The Fiddlin' Foresters. That was like somebody's cover band back in the day. I don't know. I love it.
I have more from John Cusack before we get out of here too.
Oh God.
Yeah, from his Tesla takedown call today with Jasmine Crockett.
What can I add that you guys haven't already said? Musk is kind of this arch villain of late stage capitalism, and he seems like this clown and this buffoon.
$50 million.
But like
network.
Alex said, you know, this is a man who made a Sieg Heil Nazi salute, not only in public, but at a presidential victory party. It's good to remember that these are unprecedented times of mass criminality going on in the United States right now. And that, like Trump, Musk is a pathological liar. He's a criminal. He's a sociopath and a ghoul.
Why is he wearing a headband?
Yeah, why is he wearing a head? He looks like the ghoul, which is sad because he's such a great actor. It's a shame that he's now living in this bubble and lost his mind. It's a shame. It really is. But it's one thing to speak your mind, even if you've become wealthy and all of that. But it's quite another thing to be involved in a podcast that is encouraging what I see as violence. To say, take down Tesla, we must take down Elon Musk. That's not cool. So don't say anything. That should be the name of that podcast. Got to get to Dom Giordano. Hey, Dom.
Hey, Dawn, I can top Cusack, who is a very good actor. The guy from Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure, Alex Winter. We have sound of him going after Elon Musk. Not to be missed. And also the sleep deprivation doctor talking to RFK Jr. about high schools. We'll have him on today.
Awesome. Dom Giordano is next.
All my instincts, they return.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
It's time to get focused. Focused on improving the lives of our beloved pets by feeding them the most nutritious pet food on the planet. With 2 decades of experience, the Dogs and Cats Rules stores can guide you in the right direction to meet your pet's needs. Fads come and go, but there's no substitute for premium meat inclusive food for your pets. If you changed your pet's food lately and they're starting to look like a shaggy dog, smelly ears and biting their feet all the time, you need to come into one of our 7 very convenient locations or visit dogsandcatsrule.pet.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business?
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, t-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mo.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5 exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
is Dom Time. Welcome in. So, as I just mentioned, the guy that played, I'm not sure if he played Bill or Ted, in Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure with great lines like, "Want a Twinkie, Genghis Khan?" He's speaking out. He's against Musk, saying it was the Nazi salute. We have Indivisible marching across Bucks County. Indivisible Bucks County, the Democrats in Morrisville and Warminster trying to take down Tesla. They'll have their big protest this Saturday noon until 2, which I might have to get some sound from that. I'm sure we'll hear a lot of great stuff, but I have a lot of sound to play. We have the sleep deprivation guy, the doctor consulting with, I'm not sure on this, Dan. Maybe the guest thing we have to redo here, but okay. What time is he on? Do you remember?
It's 12:30, Dom. 12:30, we got him, and 2 o'clock, we got a representative coming on. It's Dan Mold.
The cash guy. All right. So we'll be talking with him because yesterday we had such a flurry of people. He's a guy that's trying to edge on RFK Jr., who was on Fox and Friends this morning, talking no cell phones in school, talking reformulizing formula. I would say, what about, whisper in his ear, what about breast milk? Why are we still doing formula? I don't understand that either. Well, why are we still doing formula? But that's something maybe he'll take up. But yesterday, toward the end of the show, we swerved into this idea of people blaming sleep deprivation make the hours different for school. I think we're going down another rabbit hole. American kids are not doing well in school because they and their parents, the ones not doing well, are not putting enough effort into it. That's why. It's pretty simple. That's exactly the reason why. And they may have schools that don't put enough effort into it. If you want to compete with these other countries, that's what you have to do. I'm not sure what their sleeping habits are, but he'll be here, and he's fascinating that he he's got a hypnotic type of thing going on, smoking cessation, those kinds of things. Dan may be hypnotized to stop vaping. I'm not sure if that's exactly on the agenda or not. We'll see if that unfolds, yeah. But it's fascinating to see some of the things RFK Jr. is jumping into. Now, I'm looking at and look, I read the guy's piece. This guy, Rick Wilson, the Lincoln Project, that kind of Republican, he's gotten bounced off Twitter for his Substack and his column, "Kill Tesla, Save the Country." And look, the guy is a Republican strategist. I don't think you can be putting headlines in with the word "kill Tesla." Given the violence, it's already out there. I'll play you the Daily Show last night. The host just let people go wild, hooting and hollering and jumping up and down about the vandalizing and the fires at Tesla. The worst, though, is a dope. He's just an uneducated crank that lectures. And I'm not even sure if he was ever even remotely funny. That would be Jimmy Kimmel, letting his audience go on a rampage. As he says, "Oh, now we don't want vandalizing. We don't want all that stuff." Look, these things may not hold up in court, Jimmy and Stephen Colbert. You still might be cited for some of the actions that are being taken out there, or at least in the sense as a public broadcaster. So it is open season Saturday. We'll see the Bucks County version of this. Let's start with, by the way, too, we'll talk a little bit later. Be thinking about, I love this topic, the death of the doggy bag at restaurants. In other words, Axios has a big piece today saying people are not taking home food. What the heck is up with that? Particularly couples, male and female, if they're on a date or something like that, suddenly it's gauche to not take home food. That's lunch the next day.
Leftovers are overrated.
Oh, my God.
Maisie gets on me so much. I'll bring home leftovers, and they'll sit in the fridge for a week and just go in the trash. So a lot of times she's like, "Why are you even bringing it home? You're not going to eat it."
Well, we do, so I don't know.
You want me to bring you all my leftovers?
No, I don't know how that's overrated. It's lunch the next day. Also, you're not supposed to waste food. I mean, that's a cardinal sin. You know, kids.
Well, it's you Italian folk that give me enough food to feed a family of 5 when I order an entree.
That's why it's lunch the next day. Because
do I need 3 pounds of angel hair?
Kids are starving in Sicily. They'd want that Italian
Kids are
food where we're
starving in
headed.
Sicily.
I'm bringing those doggy bags with me. The only complaint I
Kids are
have about
starving in
restaurants, I get the cheapness of the stuff, the box they put it in. But the only thing you need with the box, it could be flimsy, is that it remains closed. If you have those boxes that you have to tape them with you almost, then bad boxes for restaurants. That's a knock on them. Okay, let's start though. Here is from the audience of The Daily Show. You know that genius Jon Stewart only does it one night a week. So listen to the host last night on The Daily Show as people are going wild, applauding the direct attacks, domestic terrorism. That's what this is. And soon it will start up if you're driving a vehicle. They're not going to be satisfied with just going after the vehicle. They're going to go after Tesla drivers. Here's how it sounded on The Daily Show.
Down other than the stock market for a change. Our co-president, Elon Musk, sent a SpaceX vehicle to bring the astronauts back, and when they landed, he fired them immediately upon landing. Tesla stock is way down, almost disastrously so. People have been vandalizing Tesla vehicles, new Tesla vehicles. Please don't vandalize. Don't ever vandalize Tesla vehicles. And so, all
right, that's Jimmy Kimmel.
The Kamal. Sorry about
that. The less the better of him. Here is the host last night of The Daily Show as people are engaged in this. Now, I'm telling you, as a legal matter, a broadcasting matter, I know it's cable and I know all these other things. You cannot just incite this and then say, I don't want you to do that. You're not that funny. This isn't that hard. I mean, it can be repercussions from this. ABC, Disney, do they condone what this crank is doing? All right, here is, though, this is The Daily Show last night.
Jim, they're taking to the streets or the parking lots.
Tonight, the FBI and ATF now investigating multiple cases of possible arson targeting Teslas and Cybertrucks.
This dramatic video shows multiple cars in flames. Police say the attacker used Molotov cocktails. It's the latest in more than a dozen instances of arson and vandalism targeting Tesla.
The same suspect shot more Teslas with a gun. Tesla Cybertrucks were set on fire in Kansas City, and earlier this month, shots fired at a Tesla dealership in Oregon. Cybertrucks on fire in Seattle.
Wow, you guys like petty acts of domestic terrorism, huh?
Yeah. All right. So, how much of this before we would be lectured about inciting this, going down this? So the angle on the other side is, well, what about Bud Light and Dylan Mulvaney? All right. Well, and I'll explain. It's two parts to this. Part one is, are you kidding me? People just didn't buy it anymore. Now, Kid Rock did shoot up beer bottles. Yeah, I'm not forgetting that. Okay. But in the main, people just said, no, we're not going to buy this. And it wasn't just they put this influencer there. It was the 27-year-old who went after her own audience and said they're still going to drink it, and we're going to get this other. We don't care what they think. That is what got people crazy, too. Now, it's going on for years. Are we still doing that? I get all that. But can you say you're happy, as Tim Walz is, as still a presidential candidate, the governor of Minnesota, whose own state has a lot of people in their retirement portfolio with Tesla stock? In other words, if that stock goes down, people the state's supposed to be guiding, and he's the head of the state in Minnesota, they'll suffer because of that. Now, you can say how much here and there. Okay, I get that. But this idea of an American-made company, electric vehicles, all those jobs, et cetera. So you can be critical of Elon Musk, and you can say, well, we think this is the way to hurt him. But again, just follow the logic of that. If you do that, it's a fair critique to say, well, you're costing Americans jobs. You're turning against the climate. Is the climate really that essential to you? If the premier force in helping what you say is existential, if you're breaking against that, where's the consistency here? All right, so this is blossoming. Here's what it comes down to politically, okay? What has to happen here? We need to see, to help stop this, we need to see more of these people caught. We need to see a big show about the fullness of the law, of what's going to happen to them, each and every incident that they're engaged in, up and down the line. And you have to take a look, is there any connection to these groups? The Tesla takedown group. Is there any conspiracy here? The Indivisible group that's meeting in Warminster. Are they conspiring with people in any way, shape, or form? Is there any evidence of this? There appears to be an organized effort in some circles here for these attacks. And the attack in Vegas was unbelievable. Those are some of the things to push back on it. Can they come to a point where people go, you know, I may not agree with Elon Musk, but this is ridiculous? That might be harder. I mean, you know, he's got the day instead of being seen. And imagine all this is happening as even the people in the media talked about how wonderful Starlink is. And on the day in which he brought the astronauts home, successful splashdown, still it is all out. All right, here is Alex Winter. Dana, you don't strike me. Henry, maybe. I don't know. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. It's the all-time stoner / dude film. They may say dude 500 times. And the word
dude.
excellent.
Yeah, man.
So suddenly, Alex Winter gets out of the Excellent Adventure. He lands here. And this is what he said. This is cut 14 about Elon Musk.
But as far as actually taking Tesla down, I don't think that's actually on any of the protesters. Elon Musk only has himself to blame for tanking this company. Tesla was permanently tarnished the moment Musk gave that Nazi salute and followed it with his brutal attack on the lives of ordinary citizens.
All right, so there's the Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure guy. That's what's driving it. But this is the story. I mean, today, President Trump, we're told at 4 o'clock, is going to, and I'll get into this, sign an executive order getting rid of, and then we'll have a legal battle, the Department of Education. It at least will be diminished. But the Tesla story is bigger than any of this. This is huge. It gets at so many of the things that I just put out there. And what is the manner, the pushback on this? Well, so far it's only legal. That's one angle. The media is all on board with this. How far does it have to go? You know, don't they realize they're putting Tesla owners at risk of these bloodthirsty mobs? One other thing, 2 out of the 3 people that have been arrested in the major attacks are they, them pronoun people, meaning history of trans stuff going on here. And I make that point because the mobs that push back on the trans issue are exactly like the mobs going after Tesla. It's the same thing, out of control, unleashed, because they have a grievance. 2 out of 3, small sample, but 2 out of 3. I have the history of 2 of the people charged. I'm talking in the major attacks so far. And they're not only that, they're attacking charging stations. So how does this stop? Legally, I told you the way to stop it. On the other level, public opinion, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what has to happen before people realize how dangerous this is. All right, let me give you the side question. With all these judges, all this, the deportation judge, noon was the deadline with President Trump. We haven't done this before. Give me that all-time judge, real or fictional. Real or fictional. And why? Of course, it's all on the call, remember. So I'm going to take off the board in the broadest sense. King Solomon was definitely a judge. Cut the baby in half. That's my ruling.
Oh.
Yeah. Allegedly, knowing that the true mother would say, no, don't do that. Let her have the baby. That means she's the true mother. And of course, it's in her name. I'll take Judge Judy off.
Oh,
okay, yeah.
No.
Why, you're going to go with Judge Judy? Yeah. All right, Dan, what's yours?
Big Judge Judy fan. A person I'd love to also sit with her at a table. Maybe when you do, what's it called? The Clue?
Yes. That's right. Yes.
In addition to Judge Judy being on the panel, you can invite Judge Janine onto the panel.
Oh, man, that would be quite a skirmish. Yes.
And how about Judge Dredd as well, Dom, the sci-fi character?
All right, Sean, do you happen to have a judge handy? Anybody who comes to mind for you?
The one that I can think of is Judge Mathis.
Oh.
He was a very vintage, really good
People's
judge.
Court, right?
I
People's
used to
Court.
like him. Yeah, the People's Court one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so
I'm going to take one more off.
Yes.
Because Henry asked for us to take it off the board
Okay.
to kind of get people thinking in this direction. How about Aaron Judge, the baseball player?
All right, that's a judge. That's true. There could be all kinds of judges here. Hit us outside the box, whatever you like, all in the call. That's the side question. At 12:30, we're going to talk with this sleep deprivation expert, specialist. He's hypnotic and all that, too. About RFK Jr., are they really going to try to move the times around in school? Look, if it's so convenient for parents, I'm okay, but I'm in the camp that I told you why American kids suck internationally in all these scores. They're not putting enough into it. Their parents are not demanding it enough. That's the reason, not sleep deprivation. But if it helps that they're not sleep deprived, we take another excuse off the board, okay. We had quite a stir yesterday of people saying, no. These kids are not going to bed on time. Well, that's, it's their metabolism. They can't. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit us right now with that judge. Coming to your calls next on Talk Radio 1210.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Friday, the 8th annual Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon. Tell you what, days, the months, the years flying by. This will already be my 3rd Radiothon.
I want to make sure we knock it out of the park this year. We've given you a lot of enjoyment, entertainment, information over the year. All I ask for is one day a year that you be generous for a good cause, and we raise money for the Travis Manion Foundation. If I have to spin plates on my head to raise money, I'll do it. You know what I mean? Like anything for this cause, I love it.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. If you suffer from consistent pain in your joints caused by arthritis, overuse, or injury, you may be a candidate for a revolutionary therapy that could revitalize damaged tissue. This approach can provide long-lasting relief from pain in your knees, shoulders, hips, and other joints with no surgery, no drugs, and no downtime. To find out if you're a viable candidate, you may request a free consultation from QC Kinetics by calling 267-692-6136. Instead of masking the symptoms, it goes to the root of the problem to resolve it at its source. Already used by thousands of satisfied patients nationwide, this joint pain therapy is available right now to the public, but only for qualified candidates. Again, to find out if you're a viable candidate for this therapy, you may request a free consultation by calling QC Kinetics at 267-692-6136. That's 267-692-6136.
The working families of La Una Labor District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Free speech lives here with Rich Zioli weekday afternoons 3 till 7 on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
All right, coming to your calls, 855-839-1210. Dom Giordano show at 12:30. We will talk with the guy who is got the ear of RFK Jr. on this sleep deprivation and schools thing. Got a great guy coming at 2 o'clock today talking about state-run events. Shouldn't you be able to pay cash at those events? Like basketball games, PIAA. Apparently, these people at PIAA, you can't pay cash. You know, the less we can put our identity out there through all these plastic transactions of one sort or another, the better. Who are they kidding? You can't pay cash. It's got a lot of repercussions with it. Okay. Well, we'll take the calls here coming up here. Hit us with that judge, that all-time judge. In addition to that, this will be cut 13. Here's Representative Harriet Hagman last night. Now, she's a Republican. She beat Liz Cheney. And the media is making you believe, this is in Wyoming, that there's two things. One, listen to what they're screaming about Musk. But the second thing is they would have you believe that these are MAGA. These are Trump supporters who have had it with Musk and Trump. No, they're not. They're Democrat shills, paid for, indivisible, all that up the line. And they're screaming to deport Elon Musk. Where did this come from? You see it all over the place of these Democrats telling us that somehow or another Elon Musk should be deported because he's originally from South Africa, became a citizen. Where's their pro-immigration stuff with someone who's a legal immigrant citizen? It's not here. He's suspect. It's South Africa, don't you know? All right, here's how it sounded last night.
Social Security. The work that I have specifically been doing, I am on the Judiciary Committee and the Natural Resources Committee.
I worked for the U.S. Department of Agriculture, helping Wyoming family farmers deal with drought until I was fired a month ago in the mass firings, and despite only having the highest marks in my performance review. In a state where so many farmers rely on government programs for drought and disaster relief, Trump's plans to cut these programs and the people who administer them, coupled with the tariffs, will decimate Wyoming farms and rural communities. What are you doing about that?
I disagree.
All right, Sean, there we go. We got the idea. Are these Trump people? No, they're not. They're Democrats. But they're also showing up yesterday, or the last couple of days, at Democrat senators. The two from Arizona were confronted at a joint forum. A Democrat congressperson in Illinois was confronted by the pro-Palestinian mobs. And what they're screaming is fire Schumer, et cetera. These are Democrats going to these things. They're not Republicans. They're not MAGA, certainly. They're not Trump. They're not any of those people saying they've had it. But this is the big lie that's out there. And what they're exhibiting is they're trying to shut down everything, make it as impossible. I give this woman a lot of credit. I think Republicans should still hold these town halls. And they should try to make what points they can and call out the mobs that are showing up that are in this. And then call out the media for not investigating it. So, again, the big lie that's out there is that somehow or another, these are not astroturfing, grassroots, et cetera. Now, today at 4 o'clock, President Trump we're told this time, as far as I can tell reliably, I don't know what happened the last time, an executive order that will get rid of the Department of Education. Okay. We'll see if that happens and where it goes. But, this is a big, big moment today. I still think it has to go through Congress rather than the president being able to do this. But I think it's happening today, something that's been long looked at. Look, I see the Department of Education as this vehicle, not just the money, that the left was able to use in one fell swoop to intimidate school district after school district, be it on trans issues, be it on just about anything you can imagine. President Obama used them, and I'm convinced the one big school shooting happened because of what Obama did. He didn't like it, that too many minority students were getting suspended in school. So the kid that shot up the school district, the main one in Florida, had all these kinds of run-ins, but they never did too much with him. They were afraid. They were looking at their numbers. What enforced that? How do you go about tracking that? Department of Education. So the idea is to turn the money, turn everything back to the states, which will make things more successful rather than through this vehicle. But I don't think you can do it, get rid of it totally. So what we have to do is we have to diminish it as much as possible. I think that order today will do that, but it will also try to get rid of it. And we'll be off to the races. But people that don't pay attention to anything, seeing this as a catastrophe, that this Department of Education will be gone, are ridiculous. All right, let me tell you where we're going coming up, and I'll take a call or two here. We'll get a judge on the board. Let's go to Doug in Phoenixville. Hey, Doug, what do you have today? Good afternoon.
Hey, I listen to your show all the time, but I just wanted to reach in on the judge.
Sure.
I'm going to pull back to the 1980s and go Judge Harry Stone from Night Court.
Yeah, much better than the iteration that happened after that. They tried to reboot it, but that show was top-notch. Thank you, Doug. All right, Judge Harry Stone. That's a good one, Night Court. Coming up, we're going to talk with Jeffrey Rose in the news. And I saw this yesterday and mentioned it, and we were off to the races with people. And this hits pretty close to home. He's a clinical hypnotherapist, nutritionist, addiction recovery coach, and he's the coordinator, the New York legislative coordinator. This is a national movement for Start School Later. Start School Later. I'm not in that camp. Now, if it makes it more convenient, if you think, well, what the heck, why not take a shot? What's the big inconvenience? Like how much later, particularly with teenagers? And then you get all these things at the end of the day. But we had a firestorm of people calling in yesterday saying it's the parents who have to have their kids go to sleep at a reasonable time. All right. He is got the year somewhat, we hear, of RFK Jr., and I'll talk to him about that. RFK Jr. looking at a lot of things. This is one of them. Phone lines are 855-839-1210.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
At Scott Auto Group, you're welcomed as their guest. Whether shopping for a new car or need vehicle service, Scott Auto Group makes it easy. You'll feel the difference. That's the meaning behind their sailboat logo. Your experience is always smooth sailing. Visit Scott Honda in Westchester and Vineland, New Jersey, Scott Kia in Springfield, and the new Scott Kia of Limerick. Scott has fantastic used cars too at Scott Select Dealership and collision repair at Scott Collision. You'll be seeing a lot more sailboats on the road. Visit scottautogroup.com.
It's Jack Daniel's Madness during the month of March at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirit stores with Jack and Coke and Jack and Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Ready to drink in a can and $1 off 4-packs. Celebrate St. Patrick's Day with 1.7 liters of Jack Daniel's Original, Jack Fire, and Jack Honey, all for $3 off. And step up your game with Gentleman Jack 750 milliliters for $2 off. Celebrate responsibly. Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniel's and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks from Jack Daniel's Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Weather sponsored by Natural Lawn of America.
Mild temperatures stick around for the first day of astronomical spring. It'll be partly to mostly cloudy with a high of around 68. A strong cold front moves into the region tonight, bringing some showers around during the evening. It'll turn breezy with a low 44. And for Friday, sunshine and clouds, breezy and cooler, high 56.
Natural Lawn of America. From organic fertilizer to safer weed and insect controls, Natural Lawn makes sure your lawn thrives naturally, season after season. Choose Natural Lawn and get free seeding every year. Call 800-FREE-SEED now.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. As I've said many times, what happens at Health and Human Services, particularly with RFK Jr., is going to be huge. He was on Fox and Friends this morning, reformulating formula, taking a look at that, making it more competitive. Also, no cell phones in school. So yesterday, we happened to swerve into something that's been brewing out there, sleep deprivation, later start times. I think particularly at the high school level, but I'll let our guest kind of go where he wants to go with it. And I'm sure, apparently, according to all the articles and stuff that we've seen, this is being talked about as a causal element here of something that would be reformable. Is it, though? Let's go to Jeffrey Rhodes. Jeffrey, as I mentioned, is someone with a vast amount of things that certainly play out to where Americans are today. Nutritionist, addiction recovery coach, clinical hypnotherapist, and he's the legislative coordinator for New York for Start School Later. Jeffrey's with us in Philadelphia on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Jeff, good afternoon. Thanks for joining us.
Great to be with you, Dom.
So, Jeff, in addition to this, I got into this as an education. I was a teacher. And I'm used now and do a lot of different things around this. I don't think it's the end of the world if we start it later. But how late and what evidence do you have so far that's hard evidence or your own observations that it would improve things?
Well, we have evidence. And that's why about 10 years ago, the CDC, along with the American Academy of Sleep Medicine and all recommended that no high school start before 8:30 a.m. The problem is that these teenagers need 9 hours sleep. They're getting closer to 7 hours sleep a night. Average start time in America right now is 8 o'clock. Parents are waking them up, or alarm clocks waking them up, giving them a jolt of adrenaline, which they don't need if they don't have to take action first thing in the morning. They're all waking up with elevated cortisol, which means more stress, school anxiety, test anxiety. Their short-term and long-term memory are impaired. Their immune system weakens. And, of course, they're aging faster, and their metabolism slows down, appetite increases. Their body goes into emergency mode, conserving energy. And like a drained battery, they're more inclined to reach for starches and high glycemic items to pick themselves up, which means more obesity and diabetes. So it's really a simple change, and probably the greatest reform we can make for high school education and health outcomes, just to move the start time later.
All right. Would it surprise you to know I had waves, and we only swerved into this because of some other things yesterday, Jeff, of parents outraged at this kind of proposal saying, hey, it's up to the parents. Their kids got to go to sleep at a normal time. They'll have enough sleep. And is that really the reason they're substandard in school?
No, the problem is the sleep-wake cycle shifts for teenagers, where they're often not getting tired until close to 11. So for them to be able to get the 9-hour sleep they require, like adults need 7.5 hours, they'd have to be able to wake up at 8 o'clock, and that's impossible to do. So they're all chronically sleep-deprived, and it's affecting everything, either their attendance, their academic performance. There's more car accidents. It's a travesty to do this. It's like child abuse. I learned when we were at a different school district about 10 years ago that the high school started at 7:24 in the morning. And I said to my wife, and we had kids that were only 3 and 6 at the time, that we're going to change this, or we're going to homeschool our kids. There's no way I'm going to deprive my kids of sleep like that. As a therapist and a clinical hypnotist, working with teenagers all the time, presenting with ADHD and depression, anxiety and school anxiety and test anxiety, it said my kids are not going to be going through life like that. And I found out there was an organization called Start School Later. And I think they formed about 15 years ago, and I started a chapter. There was only 15 chapters in America, all lobbying school boards and superintendents and school districts to move the start time later. And when that happens, everything gets better. And we have over 160 chapters right now throughout the whole country with some great success stories every time they move the start time later. And California, 4 years ago, signed into law no high school could start before 8:30. And Governor DeSantis in Florida did the same. And that's supposed to go into effect next year. So the things we could do, we can make this happen.
All right, so who are the elements that you think that are blocking this if the evidence is so overwhelming? And you cite it, two biggies, Florida and California. Who is it that is slowing this down or blocking it, Jeff?
Oftentimes, it's the school unions. Yeah, the teachers' unions. That's what's blocking it. Also, I would tell you as a therapist, I know humans are resistant to change, and that's a big block because people want to keep the status quo. They don't want to disrupt the way things are going.
Now,
I'm
sorry, Jeff. We had people calling yesterday, parents, though, saying, you do that, and would this just be high school kids, or are you doing it with elementary, too?
No, teenagers. This is for teenagers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
14, 15. Middle school, too, would be better. They don't start before 8. But for high school teenagers, it should be 8:30 or later.
All right, a couple of complaints. One, practical complaints. You do that, now you're making it difficult for kids that work or play sports. So you have the element of daylight. The other is these bus schedules. When you have the high school on one thing and these on another, you are creating nightmares. It's already hard enough to get kids to school.
If we were starting fresh, we would never do that. In Pennsylvania, right there, your state, there's 500 school districts.
Yes.
At least 44 have already changed their start times. And when that happens, everything is getting better. No one's going back. No district is changing that. They like the outcomes. And right now, 98% of Pennsylvania secondary schools are starting before the medically recommended 8:30 a.m. So it certainly makes sense. If you do a cost-benefit analysis, it's a slam dunk. This is the best thing we could do for high school education, both for education outcomes and health outcomes.
Jeff, RFK Jr., have you talked with him about this? Again, on Fox and Friends this morning, no cell phone in school. He's moving away from just the red dye and the vaccine stuff. Issues like this, I think he would be on top of. Is there any sense that they're looking at this?
Yes, I already spoke to him. In fact, on Saturday, I spoke to him briefly on the sleep issue, and he asked me to talk to him in a few months because right now he's understaffed, so he can't do anything new. And I'm also waiting for the new CDC director to be confirmed. We don't know who that's going to be yet. And in the meantime, I'm working within the MAHA caucus members There are 7 Maha Caucus members and 12 Maha Caucus members in the House. And I'm going to be meeting with them in mid-April with their legislative aides and hopefully, the actual legislator, the congressperson. Your state, out of the 12 congresspeople that are on the Maha Caucus, 3 of them reign from Pennsylvania.
Whoa, wait a minute. Let's name some names. Maybe we have these folks on. Who are they, Jeff? Do you know?
Kelly is one of them. Smucker's another one.
Right.
And I don't recall the other person. I could look it up for you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that. Now, my producer, Jeff, if you don't mind, your other day job, the other stuff you're involved in, is a vaping guy. The stuff that you do as a therapist, is smoking still the biggest thing? Is that the number one thing? Is it fear of something? What is it people want from you?
Mostly weight loss. I would say of everything, it's weight loss.
Yeah.
And I'm helping people to change their attitudes and beliefs about food and exercise and sleep. So they're not eating for emotional reasons. They're getting fuller on smaller portions. They're not craving processed foods. They're motivated to exercise more, consume less alcohol, and get the sleep they need so their metabolism is normal. And of course, I'm working with people all around the country because most of my clients I'm treating remotely, doing remote hypnosis sessions. And smoking cessation is something I've been treating with close to 30 years with great success. Now, of course, the ratio of smokers to vapors has changed. It's smaller. So there's a big amount of vaping clients I have right now that wish to quit vaping.
Are they harder than the smokers to get them to quit?
No, I don't think there's any difference.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
doing the same kind of aversion therapy and future pacing, them not vaping and feeling good about themselves and sleeping better and being more relaxed.
I don't mean to jump in here, but Jeffrey, if I wanted to do this, if I wanted to get involved and use your work, how would I do that?
Okay, so my website is ahcenter.com, as an advanced hypnosis center, ahcenter.com. And there's a contact us form you could fill out. And then what we do is we send out our smoking cessation program materials or our vaping cessation program materials or weight loss program materials or just confidential questionnaires if it's for some other area that I'm treating. And then I would ask the client to complete the intakes in advance. I do that session. If it's for vaping or smoking, I would go over the intakes with them. There's something called an intake form for the future former vapor. And I would learn about your lifestyle first, do some wellness coaching, then learn about your habit, the when, the where, the why you're currently vaping, and your motivation for quitting. And then I would talk about hypnosis with you. You would see a 25-minute video, and then we would do the hypnosis. The session's over. We're now emailing out some of my published articles from Recover Magazine, where I was the former staff writer. I would also send out some affirmations and what I call some articles for the new non-vapor or the new non-smoker. And you would have 2 self-hypnosis audios that I would ask you to listen to for about 2 to 3 weeks. And then every week for 3 weeks, every month for 3 months, 6 months, when you're out, you're emailed a congratulations and something supportive to read.
Okay, well, great stuff. Again, the website to go to, Jeffrey Rose, where do people go?
ahcenter.com. And to learn more about Start School Later, go to startschoollater.net.
All right, I'd love to have you back once you talk with all these Pennsylvanians and all. Thank you, Jeffrey, for coming on today.
Terrific being with you.
Thank you. Jeffrey Rose here. All right, I'm very glad we got him on. I'm still not in that camp, though.
No?
I'm going to be. No, and I'll lay out why coming up. And this is a part of RFK Jr. if he gets involved in this type of stuff that I don't like. The big picture is this. I agreed with the parents yesterday. Parents and kids, stop it already. Go to sleep. You know, this idea of this will be something. You heard some of the stuff Jeff said, and I'm sure he believes it, has some evidence. This is why Americans' kids will not suck in their education. No, I don't see it that way. They suck because they're not putting enough into it, and neither are their parents. It's not about their sleep cycle. Could it help them be healthier? Oh, okay. I'd love to get you in. Lines are open right now at 855-839-1210. We're very glad to have him on. He's connected to RFK Jr. You see the wisdom in this. And why did Pennsylvania have those 3 legislators in there, Dan? We got to name the third one. I know Schmucker and I know Kelly. Kind of surprised. 3 out of the whole, 12 right here in Pennsylvania. 855-839-1210. Let's talk about the good stuff here for a moment. I mentioned the doggy bag thing. Yeah, well, the feast that we'll be doing, I didn't see people taking doggy bags. They just sat there and kept on eating and talking with me when we were in Italy recently with conservative tours. But we're going to Sicily this time. And when you think of Sicily, it is the crossroads. The White Lotus, you've seen that, right? The reason is the Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, the Germans, they all left their cultural mark. Join me and Ro for a great trip this fall. The sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of the Mediterranean Europe, Sicily, and Calabria. Of course, there's only one group taking us to Sicily and Calabria, Conservative Tours. All this, $55.44, including airfare, dining events that are spectacular. Bustling Palermo, the Quattro Conte, the stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call now, 888-733-9494, 888-733-9494. They'll give you all the information, website, conservativetours.com. We're going to enjoy the Godfather Tour, too. Think about Sicily and the Godfather Tour, all the locales in the three big movies. The crown jewel of Sicily will hit, has to be Taormina, Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. It's ancient, picturesque, and a country within a country. It's all ours. Why not join fellow listeners, Ro and me? I'll see you in Savoca, 888-733-9494.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is tomorrow. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day tomorrow on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, AMC Heating, Plumbing, and Air Conditioning, now hiring experienced technicians. Veterans encouraged to apply. Visit AMContheweb.com. Tillman Builders. Love your home again with a Tillman Builders renovation. Stockwell Elastomerics, where careers are made and ownership is earned.
Hey, it's Nick Cale here to introduce to you the all-new 2025 ADX, Piazza Acura's latest addition to its precision-crafted model lineup. A premium compact SUV with breakthrough design, performance, and innovation. The Acura ADX features a turbocharged engine, available all-wheel drive, and cutting-edge technology engineered for those who demand more. More power, more style, more luxury. Coming soon to Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, and Westchester. Sign up today at piazzaacura.com to get the latest updates on the first ever ADX.
Hey, it's Joe DeCamera. Are you feeling lucky? Well, you should be, because at United Tire and Service, you get to pick your own pot of gold. Buy 4 new tires and choose your treasure. A free oil change, a free alignment, or the best road hazard coverage on the house. And you still get all manufacturer rebates and United Tire's loyalty rewards. But don't push your luck. This deal disappears April 7th. No need to chase rainbows for really great deals. Visit UnitedTire.com to find the location nearest you. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our U.S.-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano's show. You just heard one of the guys who I do believe has RFK Jr.'s ear in some of these people. And the only thing I'm wary of with this is the blaming part. I'm telling you as an expert, I don't blame this for American kids academically sucking. I don't. You know it, and I know it. You know what it's about. They and their parents are not putting enough into it. Now, if this is not a major disruption, could it be healthier? And are they really then going to go to sleep? Let's do the math here and get the 9 hours that was talked about. Is that really going to happen? I'm just alerting you to this idea. I like a lot of RFK Jr., but even with the fast food issue, don't eat so much fast food. I agree with the seed oil being a problem. Put the beef tallow in, but is that necessarily the overriding thing, or is it more the person? These things are helpful, but I think sometimes they're being sold as, you heard all the magical things that will happen here. No, I'm telling you, these kids are not putting enough into it. They don't know enough. They don't care enough that they can get by. Well, that's because they're sleepy, essentially. If it helps a little bit, okay. Is that what's doing it? Let's go to Roger in Jackson, New Jersey, in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Roger, afternoon.
Afternoon. So my example is in my town, of course. We have tried to move the start times, but it really didn't work because we really have a transportation busing issue.
Okay.
But what we did do several years ago, we went to a college system. So our high schoolers have 2 semesters, only 4 classes each semester, and they have a common lunch where teachers have to hold hours. They have to have their lunch teachers before or after, and the students are available for tutoring, clubs. But there's one thing missing, Dom, shame. That word shame, it's gone away from us, hasn't it? In Asia and India, they post their student grades online. People see that. It's a sense of pride.
Yes.
Here, we have a shame issue. We're afraid to shame people, and we're not pushing people to stop accepting mediocrity. Our school has 4 academies. Also, we have an ROTC program. See, we're the exception because we fill that Board of Education meeting. We fill those back-to-school nights. And I just think there needs to be something at leadership where you call the parents into a big auditorium and you just tell them, you are failing your child. Stop worrying about cuts education because you don't even care. That's why it's so silly, people talking about cuts education, and you don't even care. So I think the shame is the one word that is missing from our lexicon.
I couldn't agree with you more. And this is from vast experience on the other side teaching, Roger. You're exactly right. And look, if this makes the kids healthier and all that, but the disruption of this would be incredible. So, and is your school district the Jackson, New Jersey school district?
Yes, we're in Ocean County, New Jersey.
Okay. All right. I have to check on that and see what they're up to. Who's your judge, Roger?
I was going to say Boss Hogg, because although I know he was the boss of the town in Duke of Hazzard, but I remember seeing him on the bench presiding over the Duke boys.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. Roger, great call. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. All right. Are you, brought over to this side? And you heard what he's, look, I love having the guy on because he's a conduit to RFK Jr. This stuff is happening. The downside of RFK Jr., I'll be blunt, it's telling people that somebody's doing something to you. I'm going to stop them, and then you'll be okay. At times he lets you behind the veil and he says, hey, fast food is poison. What am I going to do? Trump likes it, though. So I understand the conflict. But where's the exercise part of this with chronic illness? All right. So, look, the cell phone in school thing, I'm on board with that. I heard what he said today about formula. That's fine. I was hoping, Dan, don't you think he would have said, too, on Fox and Friends this morning, well, the best thing, though, is still mother's milk, breastfeeding. I was kind of surprised at that. Does he think that's outside his boundaries or something? I don't know. He was talking about all the damaging things that might be in formula. Good. And getting him out. And he talked about competition, which was a good thing because these would raise the price. But he made the point, we don't have enough competition in the field of baby formula. That's why this nonsense happens. All right, love to get you in, 855-839-1210. That's how you do it. Hey, let's face it. Most people fear the dentist. It's a real thing called dentophobia. Dr. Bentz, my dentist for 10 years, knows this. And over the years, he and his staff have constantly upped their game to be able to treat this. From somebody who is very fearful, getting them along through several visits to where it's just a normal kind of thing, that takes a lot. Well, that's what they're very skilled at. Or if you're just a little bit afraid of certain procedures, certain things, they know that too. And they're going to talk you through that, make you comfortable, go back and forth with you about exactly what type of procedures, why we're doing this, what you experience, etc. It is state of the art from all the equipment that we kid about, the 3D printer and all that, but it's the bedside manner. It's the ability to make people get a pleasant dental experience. That's what they're after, and that's what they succeed with. So why not get that initial evaluation? You'll see what I call the Bentz difference. Call Dr. Bentz right now, 610-272-6949. Make that appointment today. Take care of that dental work you've been putting off. Finally get the smile that you've always wanted. The website, BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Need new doors and windows, but not high-pressure sales tactics?
If so, give Emmons a call today. At Emmons, we provide top-notch installation service with a focus on quality and customer satisfaction with brands like Anderson and Provia Windows and Doors.
And you can upgrade your home today with our energy-efficient options, which help save you money.
Call us today at 856-885-6677 or visit callemmons.com. From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
See Joe Conklin with the City Rhythm Orchestra and Philly Sports Put to Music at the Keswick Theater, Saturday, April 5th.
I love the orchestra, the music.
It was fantastic. I saw it before. This one was absolutely marvelous.
Proceeds go to the 5 Abington Fire Companies to replace protection gear permanently damaged in the recent SPS fire. That's Conklin and City Rhythm at the Keswick in Glenside, Saturday, April 5th. And help the Abington firefighters. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance includes programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. The New York State of Appeals. So not federal, but at the state level, because in New York, they had Michael Whatley, the guy who led the successful 2024 election, voter integrity guy, tweeting out, has just been knocked down. They wanted people to be able to vote, non-citizens in New York, get on the voting rolls and say, well, it's only in New York elections. But then this would bleed over, he's afraid. 800,000 he's talking about has been stopped. And I'm reading an article at Axios Philadelphia, which is like a bubblegum publication here that is in Philadelphia, but I get, some sense of the other side with it. They talk about how the Philly metro area gained more than 49,500 residents last year, fueled mostly by immigrants, they say. What kind of immigrants? International immigrants. Are they here legally? And they talk about how in big cities across the country post-COVID, they have come back because of the influx of so-called migrants. Yes, that are probably here illegally. All of the nation's 387 metro areas had positive net international migration between 2023 and 2024. It accounted for nearly 2.7 million of the total population gain in metro areas. It rose by almost 3.2 million, a gain of about 1.1%, the Census Bureau said. Yeah, do they tell us if they're here legally? They're being cited as, Philadelphia is on the mend, close to 50,000 new people. No, it's not. Not yet. The mayor's better than Jim Kenney. But Philadelphia is not drawing people here legally. It's artificial. All right, so 855-839-1210, you get in. The Tesla thing is still driving this. And one of the things that's driving it is a plus for Trump. Sure, they're going to continue to hammer at Trump, say all kinds of things up and down the line. But they realize by now this is going to be tougher. Second time around, he's got better job approval. Democrats are in disarray. In other words, it's going to be hard to make this stick. But with Musk, they see him as not having as much of a base of people that are going to go to the wall for Elon Musk. And I can see why. I mean, I don't think people are supportive of Musk. They marvel. Starlink, the rescue of the astronauts, the fortune, those kinds of things, but he doesn't have the type of Trumpian base. So they've now swerved off into going after Tesla / Musk. And any number of them, very few of them politically, are saying anything, even on paper, going after the violence, the all-out attacks that are happening. And I think their thought process is there's not much damage to them by doing that. Are they right? Well, they're doing it, and I don't see, the pushback on this. It gives Republicans quite a talking point. It gives us a chance to keep the Democratic Party down where it is, without a doubt. But what else are they going to do? Going after Trump has proven to be very difficult, extremely difficult, getting more difficult all the time. But the stories I have stacked up here today of any number of things related to this are incredible. And they all tie into this mob mentality that you see, the call to violence. I told you 2 out of 3 of those that have been caught around this now are trans. They, them. It's going to overwhelm us. This story is going to be with us for quite a while. Here is Jasmine Crockett, who is, I think, one of the 2 or 3 faces of the Democrat Party. She's on the Tesla takedown page, which is very well organized. This is 10. And here's what she wants for her birthday. Cut 10.
So I'll make sure that I keep it short, but I am truly here for very selfish reasons. Starting with on March 29th, it's my birthday. And all I want to see happen on my birthday is for Elon to be taken down. Yes. Listen, I have learned as I serve on the Doge Oversight Committee that there is only one language that the people that are in charge understand right now. And that language is money. And so I've been so proud to see us organized behind a cause.
Okay, so there's Jasmine Crockett. Now, she's not saying anything directly violent there, but this whole Tesla takedown group, very well organized, online, etc. They're coming to Warminster, the Tesla showroom out there. Again, this is their second time on this Saturday. And they are very well organized. I mean, I have some of their stuff of how they're pitching this. They're talking about coups. They're talking about Will Bunch, saying this is a revolution that's underway. It's a wildfire across America that we're seeing play out. I would say this, it has animated any number of them. And think about that. What animates them? Violence, vandalism, hectoring, going after people that just have a car. And the very same car that is environmentally friendly based upon what they used to say. And when Musk was sort of in good standing, I guess, they didn't hate him or whatever, associated with this. So they think this is the thing that will animate people. Class warfare, connection to Musk, and this gives us the entree to push back on Trump. The bottom line is Tesla's been hurt by some of this. People we've had on, Charlie Gasparino the other day from Fox Business. He didn't fully discount it, but it's a bit overblown. The stock is still good. Some say overvalued. I'm not a fan of the car for the look of it and the price. I haven't gotten one caller yet. I don't know who it, well, we do know at one point. These were wealthier liberals that were buying the cars. It's amazing that there's enough of them. They're highly engineered, well engineered, but it's not something that I have any interest in plunking down, and I see all these people saying on the right, Clay Travis on Fox, he's buying one. Come on, buddy. I'm doubting that. I don't see them plunking down $94,000. That's not a chump change thing just to say you bought a Tesla. So they're going to see a surge from that. Maybe not. What impact, though? Are people going to grab onto this? And if you do have a Tesla, you can use another name. Are people afraid that people will see that? I think it's a legit thing. The cowards keying cars, maybe coming up and confronting you. The website that gives your name and address, where you are, etc. I'm looking now at the Minnesota Retirement Fund. It's $319 million in the Minnesota State Retirement Fund that is caught up in, that's the market value of Tesla shares. So that's not a small number, even for a state. The Governor Walz is going on talking about driving that down. Is this something that is going to result in a widespread movement that we're on the ground floor? I don't see it. I see the usual suspects. They're fired up over this. They're even fired up over the people firing up vehicles and all. But it is the dominant story. Dan, have you heard on Dawn's show? I have not. Have you gotten anybody that has a Tesla?
No.
No, not one, as all this has gone on. So I don't think Elon Musk can have trouble withstanding this. I think they got to do a lot more to damage it. But it should be shocking to people that are reasonable that this is going on. All right, let's go to some callers. 855-839-1210. Hit us with an all-time judge. That's what we're looking for. Let's go to Chris in South Jersey on Talk Radio 1210. Hello, Chris.
Hey, Dom. How you doing today?
Good, Chris.
Well, first I wanted to talk to you about Republicans not standing up for themselves again. But now I want to talk to you instead about parents not taking care of their children. All these issues that I'm all about MAHA, and I think everybody should be healthy. But parents have got to take responsibility, whether it's for getting the kids to school on time, feeding them correctly, making them go out and get exercise, getting them off of the electronics, whatever it is. That's the parents' responsibility. That's not the government's responsibility.
I couldn't agree more.
Parents are just lazy.
Right. The bottom line is if he makes it easier, for example, what happened? I'm sorry. I don't know what happened. I apologize, Chris. The seed oil versus the towel and all that. I'm all on board with that. All right, Dan, you tell me, and maybe we'll get some of this sound that Bill Burr was on The View today.
Yeah, I have the sound ready.
Okay. Yeah, let's do it now, and then I'll comment on it. That he's on to something. He's got a whole riff going, not just about Musk, that I think a lot of people look at and go, it's pretty funny. It's a good point. The nerds are running the world because of technology. He throws Zuckerberg in there, et cetera. Okay, I think that's pretty interesting. But then he starts to go from that to say wild stuff that I don't even know if he knows what he's saying. Here's a little bit of it from The View today with comedian Bill Burr.
Yeah, so do you want God or Elon first?
Oh, hey, let's hear the Elon. That'll move us forward, I think.
And then God's the better cut after that, Don.
Yeah, okay.
But is there anybody getting your ire up these days more than usual?
Nerds.
Yeah.
The nerds that own the politician. All these tech nerds that want to build robots because they don't know how to talk to hot women.
Yeah.
They're gonna take over the world. They're gonna take over. They are literally gonna replace us. We're like beta right now, and they're coming out with like the VCR. And I think Elon has got the rockets going because they realize there's other Earths out there, and they're gonna trash this one, and because they don't have any concern for it, and they're gonna move on to the next Earth. And, everybody's gonna be standing down here with your blue and red ties going, wait a minute, I was on your side, and they're just gonna leave.
All right, Dan, you agree with me? The nerds thing is a pretty good angle of humor. Not exactly the payoff, but nerds running the world.
It's kind of corny. I mean,
it's true. I look at these guys, and I am suspect of them. Zuckerberg.
Well, I'm 100%. I don't know if you want to goad me into this,
right,
but I sent you an article.
Yes.
Regarding a new effort by tech individuals to what's called the Freedom City Coalition, and it's essentially an effort by tech, billionaires to recreate what we've known as company towns throughout the United States, where they essentially have a plot of land where the corporation doesn't abide by federal laws. It's its own nation in its own self, where they can, do all their innovation and such. That's how they're selling it, innovation, limitless innovation without the restrictions of government in these freedom cities. And I think that's why you see Zuckerberg, why you see Amazon's Bezos getting involved, and why you see Elon getting involved. I think their end goal is essentially to create these freedom cities with this Freedom City Coalition, and these nerds are being given way too much power. So while I get the whole joking about it, at the same time, I think there also does have to be a serious aspect to it that these guys are quite dangerous and have a hell of a lot of money to spend to do what they want to do.
Bill Gates, he wants to dampen.
You know what? Why did I not say Bill Gates? 100%.
The classic. This guy, I wouldn't let this guy run around. He wants to dampen the sun. If he got close to doing that around climate, I got to stop that. Can you imagine dampening the sun? All right, here.
I really implore all our listeners to just go do some research about the Freedom Cities Coalition, and it'll answer a lot of questions as to the tech influence in the Trump administration. It's very concerning in my opinion.
Well, what this means is we look at the upside of Elon Musk, but we don't give a pass to just everything that these nerds and the power they have and the money is concerning as far as what they want to do. It's not all just beneficial. Coming up, we'll play part 2. Now, this is where he goes wild, of course, blaming conservatives who apparently don't fear God and don't respect their religion. All right, so, when you look at the people, because of technology today, that are the captains of this, they're driven, they're maniacal. I mean, I understand that. I love Drive. But these guys are, always going to be looking. It's not about money. You got to understand, it's not just about money anyhow. It's about control. Once you have 20 billion, 50 billion and all, is there that much difference? Yeah, maybe you want to be the richest in the world, but it's more that you want the power and you believe that you have a better idea than maybe how humanity is set up now. 855-839-1210. We'll play you a little bit more. Hit us with an all-time judge coming up.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th Annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is tomorrow. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day tomorrow on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, online at emmonsroofing.com. Bucks County Estate Traders, the finest collection of high-end and vintage furniture. Visit their huge showroom in Hatfield.
Are you prepared for the next emergency? Hi, this is Jessica with C. Crane. It is important to prepare ahead of time before the power goes out with a radio that works without electricity. In our fast-paced world, staying informed is essential. Whether you're facing an unforeseen natural disaster or simply desire a reliable, high-quality radio, the CC Radio Solar with Bluetooth becomes a necessity. With its built-in oversized solar panel and wind-up, fold-out crank, this radio can keep going long after power is gone. You'll always be informed of the latest conditions with the NOAA Weather Band and Weather Alert. With its superior reception and voice-focused audio, you can enjoy your favorite radio shows or easily connect via Bluetooth to listen to your favorite podcasts or music. You can get the CC Radio Solar by calling C. Crane at 800-522-8863 or by visiting us online at ccrane.com. Once again, that's CCRANE.com.
Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute have formed a powerful alliance. Legends in caregiving New Jersey families, the most sophisticated heart team in America. Innovators in research and patient care who've made life better for thousands of patients, raising the standard for the next generation of care. The alliance between Deborah Heart and Lung Center and Cleveland Clinic Heart Vascular and Thoracic Institute means the highest quality care close to home for you. DemandDeborah.org.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. When choosing a lawn care service, doesn't it just make sense to hire a company that provides better results and is safer for your family and pets? That's why I choose Natural Lawn of America. That's my lawn care company. Natural Lawn has been growing green lawns quickly, more naturally, and with fewer weeds since 1987. Take advantage of Natural Lawn's limited time offer. Free seeding every year. 1-800-FREE-SEED. Call them. Choose my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell Dawn sent you.
Attention, have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers. So don't wait. If you owe $10, $20, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
RuPaul's Drag Race is back with a wet and wild new season, and you can watch it all on MTV with Philo. With Philo, you can enjoy live TV from your favorite channels like MTV, VH1, AMC, Discovery, BET, and more. Plus, an unlimited DVR that lets you save and rewatch anything you want for up to a year. We've also got a collection of over 80,000 hit movies and shows that you can watch anytime, and the entire AMC Plus library, all for just $28 a month when you sign up at philo.tv. Enjoy Philo on your laptop, tablet, phone, or TV, and stream on up to 3 devices at once. So what are you waiting for? Dive into the splashiest extravaganza yet and start watching the new season of RuPaul's Drag Race live on MTV with Philo for an unbeatable price. To start your 7-day free trial and make sure you get the best price for the TV you love, visit philo.tv today. That's philo.tv.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. So Bill Burr, comedian, I like the angle he's talking about with nerds running the world. There is a lot of that out there, and it includes a whole array of them. There's at least 10 or 12 that are major figures. Now, of course, the next part is bridges too far after that insight. Here's a little bit more of Bill Burr.
Well, I always wondered that about all religions, where they always talk about a wrathful God and, will send you to hell. And it's like, none of you guys are operating like you fear this, the way you run your religion.
That's right.
So I don't get any, I don't understand any of that. I'm just trying to be like chill. Somebody holds the door. Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. But
So you're trying not to go to hell?
No, I don't believe in that. I don't think we are God's mistakes. Like, why is he mad at us?
He was trying to bring the temperature down before that part.
No, I don't understand. Like, God makes sociopaths, pedophiles, and all of that, and then we all have to deal with it. And then it creates crazy people who do other bad things, and then somehow it's our fault. You have to work it out.
No, but the answer is that the devil creates those.
Yeah,
God doesn't.
No, Joy.
I'm just telling you what they say. The devil made me.
Even Joy biting back, Dom.
That's stunning.
God created the devil. That's his responsibility.
Well, that's a good point.
Why doesn't he just get rid of the devil?
And you know what else? God created you, Bill.
Oh, religious theory on.
Oh, yes. All right. So I enjoy the nerd thing, running the world. I think I saw him in a longer riff talking about, it used to be the captain of the football team. And then we played that thing. Well, in high school they were, but then they ended up working for somebody else. Biff in Back to the Future at the end of the thing is that rhyme. But these are not guys like that. These are obsessives. These are people that great power, great breakthroughs. Although Bezos, the only invention I see there, he's like Henry Ford. He figured out that people want stuff at their door. I don't see too many other things. Elon Musk has actually been involved in several things that are groundbreaking. All right, so phone lines are 855-839-1210. But the attacks on Tesla are incredible. And Democrats not yet paying a price. They feel what they have to do is they think subtly, egg on enough of this stuff that it just becomes a firestorm. So it's going to be interesting. It'll be nicer weather on Saturday to see how many people turn out over there at the Tesla dealership in Warminster. Last time they had the usual, the indivisible 80s, the usual stuff. But these are not just grassroots. Oh, I hate Elon Musk. I'm going to go there. I want to see Tesla tank. This is more of an organized effort with a lot of the usual suspects. And they're certainly not MAGA. They're certainly not Trump. They're a rallying cry for these other people when they're not shutting down town halls. The good news on this, one way to look at it, they've shifted away from Trump. They're still taking shots at Trump, but they recognize they're not saying Trump has the chainsaw, Trump laying people off. It's too tiresome. The new thing is Tesla, and this is the way to strike at him. You don't see them doing it with Trump hotels or anything else, pretty much. So that's intriguing. They believe that this guy's vulnerable. Trump, not so much. One other thing. I read a piece yesterday, pretty disturbing, that Doug Mastriano deeply considering running for governor again. I know we're way off on this, but out of this governor's race, we need at least a shot to beat Josh Shapiro, or even if we don't win in the end, ding him up enough so he's going to have great difficulty as the 2028 presidential nominee. That's how high the stakes are. Now, we like Dan Muser, the congressman that's been on, very pro-Trump, very much in the inner circle there. I think in the end he's going to run. I think Stacey Garrity, the Treasury Secretary, who even in that post has made a lot of news, I think she's going to run. Doug Mastriano, though, still has the crazies out there. You got to call this out. I called it out the last time. So, why are you beating up on Doug Mastriano? Look at what he's done, this maniac. Just look at what he did. He lost so badly, he propelled Josh Shapiro forward, and he lost the House. All that drag for Mastriano lost the House. Now it's almost impossible. They just will not bring up bill after bill after bill. They have a one-vote lead, even though the state doesn't agree with them, and everything stops. Here's the bottom line, Dan. I'll let you jump in. Mm-hmm. The bottom line is this. When people say, be like Trump or go Trumpian, just look at the contrast. There's only one Trump. Can we recognize that? Imitating that or looking for an imitator is, and it's preposterous to say that Doug Mastriano is like Trump. It always was. Just look at Trump, the weaving, the on his feet, the populist, the stuff he comes up with that's popular. Doug Mastriano is back in the prehistoric ages. Why did we had perfectly good candidates. No, we wanted something that would excite and be crazy. And look at what this guy did. And he's a nice enough guy personally. But he's going to come back and he's going to run for governor again. He's got that base of support. This guy cannot be our nominee. Please stop saying everybody is Trump or we need another Trump. It's impossible to recreate this. So I was thinking, who out there right now is the figure that comes close to Trump that is still their own person? And it's few and far between. I mean, J.D. Vance is not Trump. He could be the next level of taking forward the ideas. He's certainly an idea guy. But he doesn't have the charisma of Trump. He's got to be his own person and work it in his own way. Dan, what were you going to say?
No, I just wanted to do some science and math with you because that means Shapiro's again going to run in 26, right?
Yes.
And then the presidential election is 28.
Yes.
So that would leave 2 extra years.
Right.
So he is going to run, do you think, in 2026?
Oh, my God. He's been running since kindergarten, yeah.
So governor, he's going to run, and then definitely run for president.
Definitely run for president, yeah.
So just because you're such an expert in this, is there, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but what happens to the governor seat then? Does it?
Goes to the lieutenant governor.
Okay.
Yeah.
And is there anyone in mind that you think is the next anointed Democrat here in Pennsylvania?
Oh, that would be who's the next person? Yeah, I got to think about that. Who do they have on the bench that they'll throw in there? But there's nothing like this guy.
You don't think Al Schmidt's trying to make moves?
Nah, I don't see that. But we have good candidates here. I just worry that in certain parts of the state where they're nuts for Doug Mastriano, they'll put him in there again. And that would be disastrous. Shapiro's got to be dinged up big time coming out of this race. The tighter it is, the more he has to answer on issues, the less likely he is to be their nominee. Because I would say, Dan, a bigger question is, who is their best chance on paper? I'd say it's Shapiro to win.
Yeah.
I mean, Newsom, you see what he's playing with and all that. Kamala Harris, it's over.
Let's go hop into a time machine, go back in time. If he had
Yeah.
if he was the pick for vice president instead of Waltz, where do you think things would have lied? Is Pennsylvania being as important as it became in the election?
Yeah, people won't like to hear it, but deep down, I believe he would have carried Pennsylvania.
Wow.
That's how tough it would have been. So I don't know what he would have done in other places,
Yeah.
but yeah. So that's how dangerous this whole thing is. And we got the chance here. He's vulnerable here in Pennsylvania with the right person. Come on, Doug. Do us all a favor. Just stay state senator. Stop the craziness. And if we're not allowed to say this in talk radio, then you really don't want to win. You should have seen it before with Doug Mastriano. There's any number of people I have trouble forgiving for that. I really do. It was plain. It was obvious. Get off the juice. He's not Trump. It's one of a kind. It's a miracle. And even Trump, it's a bigger miracle that he's come back to win this time, even bigger. That tells you there's no other Trump out there. So somehow or another, Republicans are going to have to take this period, build on it, and win on ideas going forward. Because you're not going to see somebody who has broken through as a Republican like Trump has. It's the story of our lives. It'll be the story 20 years from now. You cannot believe the people he's broken through with. You know, despite the baggage on some things and all that, it is remarkable. So how do you win and give up the idea? Just say what Trump would say. You really think Doug Mastriano could stand there and say what Trump says in any kind of real way? Just, all right, here's what Trump wants, Doug. Just say these things and you're going to beat Josh Shapiro. 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls. Jennifer, I want to hear you too. This nerds thing running the world. We have now a Georgetown doctorate student arrested by ICE, and I believe rightfully so, for their connection to Hamas again. All right, 855-839-1210. Yes, let's talk one more time, though, about the good stuff. I'm thrilled how many people have already said they're coming with us. The beauty of these tours we take with Ro and you, the ones to Italy, the ones to other places, and ones in the future, is Conservative Tours knows what they're doing big time. Just the title. Listeners love it. That these are people that, you know, these trips, we sit there. I remember the one hotel with Bishop Pine Leslie and others that I met, just kicking back and talking about some of these things in addition to the beauty of Italy. This is what you get. And this time, Sicily. Sicily is exotic. It's picturesque. It's quaint. It's charming. And it's the crossroads of civilization. All those groups that have come through. In addition to that, you have the sun, the sea, the unparalleled beauty of Mediterranean Europe in Sicily and Calabria this fall. And as I mentioned, we only go with Conservative Tours. All this stuff, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events, spectacular. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. All there just by calling them now and getting the information. 888-733-9494. Or the website, conservativetours.com. The Godfather Tour. We've been kidding about that. Godfather 3. All the locales from the movie. We'll visit the crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina. And we'll go to Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily, ancient, charming, a country within a country. I'll see you in Savoca, one of the big places we'll hit. Call 888-733-9494.
Does your home feel outdated, cramped, or not quite right anymore? Love your home again with a Tillman Builders remodel. I'm Eric Tillman, and my team and family will be with you every step of the way. Whether you dream of a new kitchen, primary suite addition, or a stunning exterior facelift, we offer a smooth and worry-free process. We guarantee your home remodel will be on time and on budget. At Tillman Builders, we value kindness, accountability, and respect for you and your home. Let Tillman Builders bring your vision to life. Visit tbremodel.com to get started today.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Turn off the financial news and turn on a great retirement. Find out how with Joe Yakovich on The Heart of Your Money, Sundays at 9 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210. That's how you get in. Coming up at some point today, you know, I don't know, Dan, who's over at the Department of Defense not getting it, but ESPN out of line attacking the Department of Defense. Department of Defense was wrong to strike part of the legacy of Jackie Robinson. It's not doing DEI to say that Jackie Robinson was a trailblazer, a hero, breaking into Major League Baseball. But then ESPN has this all-out assault, then assaulting the Trump administration and Hegseth around. Is that the world of sports? With one of their commentators who I don't even think knows a lot about sports. Let's go to Raymond in Woodbury on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Raymond, afternoon.
Hey, Don, how you doing today?
Good, Raymond.
Hey, listen, just wanted to point out that I don't think Mark Rubio is getting enough credit on one of the options after Trump is done.
Oh, Marco Rubio is tremendous in this role. I think he made a good choice because he wants to be president, without a doubt. This is more high profile than what he was doing as senator. Yeah.
Exactly. Not only that, I watched both the Spanish and the English channels and news, and he's doing great on both markets. Like, he get on the Latin channels and he call it like it is. The only thing, he don't talk like Trump. He make it a little bit more professional, but he's definitely hitting both on both parts, the Hispanic community and also the American community.
The only thing I would tell you this is, Raymond, way back when, this is a few years back, I hosted a speaker series with Marco Rubio. It was incredible. He had it then before he ran for president. It wasn't overwhelming. In other words, in person, magnetic, looks great, the whole thing, and very, very knowledgeable. So maybe this is the right role where we're going to see that again.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, Don.
Thank you.
Good show, by the way. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
I appreciate it, Raymond. Do it again. Thank you very much.
Okay, take it easy.
So, Dan, we did this, we had them set. We had 1,000 people coming to the Constitution Center. And then on that day, Harry Reid called the Senate back in session. We had to do a Holiday Inn in Trevose in the middle of the day and still had 650 people. He and I came to the stage through the kitchen. I was a bit wary of that. I know bad things can happen with the kitchen.
Bad things.
Yeah, exactly. But Dan, he popped. He just, look, I'm not taking a picture with this guy. Well, he's not that tall, but the rest of it, he just looked perfect.
Yeah.
In it. Yeah, he just can't be doing that. Yeah. Tomorrow, make sure any of these really attractive, photogenic people Let them take pictures with Dawn or somebody else. I'm not taking any more pictures with them. You can't look good.
I mean, Dawn will outshine all of them.
Yeah, well, that's true, but all right. She's going to have to be on her game. I'm telling you, if it were Newsom, maybe not. He's got a lot of makeup on. All right. By the way, I have to get that bronzer. Remember that for tomorrow.
Oh, you're going to get bronzer on tomorrow?
Oh, we need some bronzer. We need some color for YouTube tomorrow. Yeah. All right, so we have a little comparison here. Can you tell the difference? Leslie, one of the all-time great callers, a maven of the Dom Giordano show.
Well, I feel like you should get into the call first because I want the listeners to hear her voice first.
Yeah, and then we're going to hear Donna Sharon, the state rep who was on the other day. They both have a commanding, and they have a sort of, it's a cadence, I think, too. Oh, here is Leslie, so to speak, in Bryn Mawr. Hi, Leslie.
Aloha.
Aloha.
I wanted to talk to you about, well, I think the next governor could be Fetterman. There's somebody that nobody really thinks about running because he's a senator, but
now wait a minute. I'm putting the bib on here, the saliva drip, to see Fetterman in a cage match with Shapiro. I think Fetterman would stand a decent chance of beating him.
Oh, absolutely. No doubt in my mind. No doubt.
Oh, I can't take the rest of the call thinking about this all day. You know, can you see the two of them standing on the debate stage? Fetterman, I've been around him, is every bit 6'8", not like Dan, 6'7", 9/10. And Josh Shapiro, I've gone toe-to-toe. Well, that's not exactly right. How could I go toe-to-toe with him? He strikes me, Dan, he's not hitting the 5'7" barrier there. Can you imagine?
Wow.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be an interesting visual to see the two of them on the stage.
Particularly if Fetterman puts a suit on. Maybe he'll show up just in underwear or something to go even more extreme.
I can't take this anymore. Leslie, were you listening on Tuesday by chance when we had Representative Donna Sharon on?
I was not.
Oh, okay.
No.
So during the interview, me and Henry turned to one another, completely unknown to Dom, and made a comment. And then after the interview, Dom actually made a comment saying, "Man, does Representative Sharon sound like our great friend Leslie and Bryn Mawr?" And me and Henry we died because we had the exact same comment while it was happening. So for the listeners, you just heard Leslie and Bryn Mawr. Here is Donna Sharon back to back.
Well, it's a bigger talking point, Don, to be honest with you. Just like you're saying, what would it be? 70-30, 80-20.
Oh, my
the
goodness.
People out there want
Oh,
voter
my
ID,
God.
and that number is that high.
There's two of you now, Leslie.
Oh, my God.
You have a vocal doppelganger.
I would say Donna, when
That
she
is
gets
so-
going, is a little bit
she's
faster pace,
that's
but it's exactly
so
the same.
scary.
Yes.
Oh, my goodness. She really does sound like me.
She really does.
So which one is the liar, Dan? Is it Leslie and Bryn Mawr, or is it Donna
Are you
Sharon?
saying Leslie's actually Representative Donna Sharon?
Yeah,
calling in and
exactly.
not-
I think we better
we
get the
figured it
Democrat
out.
part. We figured it out here. Yes.
Well, I'll never admit to anything.
Yeah, well, you traveled to Italy with this great woman, so you know it's not
Exactly.
Donna Sharon,
Exactly. I got to get the two of them at an event here, and we have to have a back and forth. Well, Leslie, I live this life because DJ sounds exactly like me. My voice is a little bit deeper than DJ Stan, right?
No, you guys sound nothing alike. No, there's no comparison between this doppelganger here.
Oh, God. So, Leslie.
Yeah, you've been saying that for a long time, that you sound like DJ, and every time Dan says, no, you don't.
DJ, call in. I know you're listening. We can do a direct comparison of you two as well, yeah.
He doesn't have a refined voice. It's guttural.
When
But
you talk about having illegals with driver's licenses,
That's not Leslie. That was
I know.
actually
It
Donna
sounded
Sharon.
exactly like it. Yeah, very much.
Yeah, I thought it was me, too, and I was like, I don't remember saying that.
Good stuff. Leslie, who's your judge?
Okay, so just quickly on the Tesla,
Yes.
Obviously they're going after him because of Doge.
Right.
But we're not thinking about is what he will uncover in Doge and cut is all the funding that's going to these protesters. That's in that Doge.
I think there's some of that there. I think, yeah. I think
absolutely.
I think, Leslie, though, with them, that they have seized on this idea inside their conspiracy. They don't want to admit it publicly, but Trump is Teflon, can't hit him. Next best thing, this guy is not Teflon. That's why they're going to do it.
I think he's pretty Teflon.
Not like Trump. I mean, it's amazing.
No,
It's just,
well, Trump's a unique individual.
most
And
I've
so
ever
is
seen.
Musk.
I can't even tell you who's in second place where I go, man, they just said that and it doesn't ripple. Trump is beyond anything I've ever seen covering these guys. Who's your judge, Leslie?
So my judge is Father Michael Judge.
Yes.
And he was the New York Fire Department chaplain.
Yes.
And is in that very iconic photo that many have seen of the firemen carrying him out of the rubble.
Right.
So I'm going to go with Father Michael Judge.
That is a great one. I wish I had met that guy. I went to that church after there because I was filling in New York, Dan, and it is an iconic photo. And the guy died with the firefighters there on 9/11. Remarkable. All right, so 855-839-1210. Hit us with that all-time, oh, man, Joe of Exton today on the Warpath with a great one. Hit us with that all-time judge. Even I'm amazed hearing that. I said it then. I just thought Donna was a little bit faster, but now that I hear it.
That's not the point of this bill.
All right, that's Donna.
The point of this bill is to not reward bad behavior.
Oh, that was getting close toward the end there. That was very Leslie. I think I could pick him out, but, DJ, don't call me. Come on now. Don't give Dan his pleasure.
DJ,
here.
call in. Yes, please. Yes.
All right, 855-839-1210. Hey, looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active as you age? It's time to try Rescue Orosine. This unique supplement gives your body the essentials it needs to fight fatigue, improve stamina, without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial boosters. Plus, it supports healthy blood pressure and overall cardiovascular function, helping you feel your best every day. Right now, Dom listeners can take advantage of a special buy one, get one free offer on Rescue Orosine. Just use the code MyEnergy when you order. Call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak with a knowledgeable product consultant or visit res-q.com. Enter that code MyEnergy at checkout. Don't miss out. This exclusive deal will not last long. Go to res-q.com now. Use the MyEnergy, MyEnergy. You grab Orosine, Rescue Orosine, buy one, get one free savings. So stay energized. Stay heart healthy with Rescue Natural Supplement.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
All of the people that at one point in the last 9 years have said they will leave the country after Donald Trump was elected. Whoopi Goldberg, Joy Behar, Rachel Maddow, Barbara Streisand, Stormy Daniels, Eminem, and Tommy Lee. The clock is absolutely ticking. We're going to stay up on this and we're going to keep tabs on you. They always go out and they say this. They never do it as if anybody really actually cares. Nobody is going to miss any of these people.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. The lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Welcome to Staples.
I hear Staples prints it all for any business.
You bet, and we'll beat any print quote.
So if I had a pizza place...
Staples can print signs, menus, pizza boxes.
A landscaping business?
Oh, we can print yard signs, T-shirts, brochures.
How about a pizza/landscaping business? I'll call it Dough and Mow.
I like it.
Right now at Staples, get up to $250 off your print purchase. Ends 4/5, exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for offer details. Price match guarantee valid in store and staples.com/print. Visit staples.com/price match for details.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. 1210. WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano, I'm coming to your calls here, 2 o'clock. Great guest talking about, should you be able to pay cash if you want to go to a Pennsylvania state function like a PIAA basketball game? Yeah. I mean, I get it, this battle, generations over cash versus debit or credit and all, but you're giving up your information every time. I don't see the ability to do that. You ought to be able to pay cash. That's 50 cents. You can't pay cash. All right. One other thing. The Green Bay Packers. Think about it. Vince Lombardi, the Green Bay Packers. One of the smash-mouth teams of all time, right? The it's not the end around. It's the executed play with Horning and Taylor. That's all they did. They ran variations of it, running around either side, usually to right. Outside tackle. Formally today,
where's Henry when we need him?
Yeah,
right?
Formally today, though, these weasels have put into writing they want to ban the tush push. So it wasn't just they're talking about it. We had the back and forth.
Come on.
In writing,
Get
the
out
rules.
of here.
Yeah, and the rules. Most of these are so arcane. They're like you ought to be able to have 9 scouts rather than 8 for the championship game. And all stuff that I could see. You would take a look at.
What was it? The Packer sweep that you were looking for?
Yeah, Packer sweep.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Yeah, that's BS, man.
Right.
They're banning the tush push?
And they are on record, and they have, they read it out in detail what you can't do. Did you ever think, that, well, it is a no fun league? We talked about Trump being Teflon. The NFL is more Teflon than anything. They do dopey stuff like taking away the kickoff, and people go, oh, yeah, I still love it. Give me more. Here, though, taking away a play, the ingenuity, the innovation, and having a guy, an advantage that can execute it, that would be the quarterback. Other quarterbacks don't know what to do in this, even if they're bigger and everything else. And you're going to seriously consider taking away a play? They're not even making an injury argument. They're not making any argument at all. You know what they're actually saying, Dan? It doesn't look good. Can you imagine?
Oh.
Just the cowardice.
What do you mean it doesn't look good, though?
Well, it doesn't look like football to them.
What do you mean it doesn't look like? Is that trench warfare? Is the definition of football?
They say it looks like rugby or something. Stop it already. And look, if it were from some, petty, like the San Diego team, all right, what do they care? This is one of the building blocks. Vince Lombardi, the Packers, blood and guts, Lambeau Field, frozen. Bart Starr sneaking in by an inch if he did. And they can't Have sports changed that much where you wouldn't be embarrassed? This is the ultimate manly sport, and they're saying we can't compete, so we want you to ban this. I think it's a 50-50 shot that the NFL is going to ban it. And they'll get away with it. People go, oh, well, we want football. How could you take away a play when injury doesn't seem to be the factor? All right, let's go to Joe in Exton here. He's on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe, good afternoon. Yo, Joe. Joe. All right, call us back, Joe. You had a pretty good one, too.
Not Joe.
Let's go to Lou in Royersford, Pennsylvania. Hey, Lou, afternoon. What do you have today?
I have Judge Ito.
All right, well, explain. Why did you choose him?
Well, here's a man that did whatever it takes to be a judge, worked his,
Right.
all the hard stuff, and not too well known outside the Los Angeles area. And then suddenly, overnight, the whole country knows him with the Simpson trial.
Right.
And he was picked because of his race. They might not deny that, but I think it was pretty obvious. And then they tell him, by the way, you're going to be on TV. I think a few million people are going to watch you every day, and all the self-declared lawyers, amateur lawyers, are going to have something to say about every call you make on every objection. I'd love to know what went through his mind when he found out he was getting that case.
That is a very good one. I almost tried never to talk about the O.J. Simpson case, Dan.
Why?
I just couldn't take it.
No?
Oh,
Too
my
much?
God.
Yeah, over.
And I had several of them on. I had a shootout with which guy? Barry Sheff, the blood guy, the guy with the thick New York accent. Barry Scheck or something.
Alan Dershowitz?
No, Alan Dershowitz. And I had Jay Leno on, and he said, you're interrogating me like Barry Scheck or something for some reason.
Wow.
Jay Leno, yeah. All right, 855-839-1210.
Was that when Dershowitz first popped? Was OJ?
He was known then, but that's what did it.
Yeah.
You know, that you started to see. And Johnny Cochran was not known, and he stole the show. The stuff that he did, it was amazing. Imagine the dope telling OJ the day before, we're going to make you put on the glove. And he just sits his hand against the wall all night, swollen up. He had arthritis and everything else, too. Then he holds his hand up. The glove doesn't fit. Oh, of course. Yeah. They told him to do it, of course. Yeah.
Just standing there.
And standing there with the glove, and the glove won't go on. Oh, my God. All right, big 2 o'clock hour. Our guest has a bill that says, hey, you ought to be able to pay for cash something in Pennsylvania that's state-related, like going to a basketball game. All right, the cash credit debate is next. Dom's Money Melody. Keep the judges coming. These are great ones. 855-839-1210.
My name is Barbara Panzano. I live in Hatboro, Pennsylvania. As far as the tariffs go, they're very, very scary right now. They're on again, they're off again. The stock market's reacting to them. We might even go into a recession. It's going to be a rough year for everyone, except the people in crash-proof retirement. In 2025, with crash-proof, I actually made double digits in 2 of my accounts. One was over 20%. And one was over 13%. The double-digit returns that I earned in January of 2025 will never be taken away. It's really important to get involved with Crash Proof sooner rather than later, because you're going to make more than you ever made in the stock market, in my opinion.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on March 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 103.9 FM.
Power was knocked out in Bustleton when someone tried to steal copper wire from a transformer and electrocuted himself. It's pothole filling season, so crews are asking you to slow down and give space when you see them. And it's the end of an era. Pica's Pizza on Westchester Pike and Upper Darby will close this summer.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
D&K Appliances is a family-owned and operated business for 3 generations located in Newtown Square and Flourtown. D&K Appliances offers one-stop shopping, providing delivery, installation, and service of top brands like GE, Thermador, Wolf, Bosch, Speed Queen, KitchenAid, and Whirlpool for your kitchen or laundry. D&K Appliance sales associates are industry experts, supporting customers every step of the way. Visit D&K Appliances, the dependable difference. Newtown Square and Flourtown showrooms, or visit DKappliances.com.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-587-1272. That's 800-587-1272 today.
Attention! Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-885-1010. 800-885-1010. Again, that's 800-885-1010.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, Dom Giordano Show. Welcome in, everyone. I saw this released the other day from our guest, State Representative, and a little unclear on the pronunciation, Dan Maul, from the Adams County. And every time, as much as I try with the state, I couldn't find Adams County. Representative is with us here on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Representative, thank you for joining us.
Sure.
Adams County, Representative Dan, where is Adams County in Pennsylvania?
I'm gonna tell it to you like everybody else in the world, and you'll know exactly where we're from. We are the home of where America was saved, Gettysburg, Pennsylvania.
I just went to Gettysburg with my wife. We stayed in a bed and breakfast in which the bullet holes were still in the wall. They were not new. They were from the battle, and it is a fabulous trip. Sadly, we were there, though, the Saturday when the president was shot.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah. Because my producer, Dan, usually would not call on a weekend. Come on now, need some show prep. And Rose says he keeps calling. What the heck's going on here?
Yeah, weekends aren't my forte.
That's when we knew that's what was going on.
Might be a Dan thing.
Yeah, how about that? Yeah, well, I hope you spent lots of money while you were in town here.
Well, there were 2,000 motorcyclists in town with us, too. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, great. That's great.
So, Representative, your name is Maul, Dan Maul.
Yeah, that's correct. Well, most of my friends just call me Dan.
All right, Dan. You are speaking our language here in Talk Radio in Philadelphia. You would not believe the debate. I have one producer who's sort of reasonable, and there's several producers here, and one of my sons who literally, it would like itch their body if they carried the king cash. So when you're proposing this bill to allow cash as payment for school events, advances, You're talking about, say, one producer told me he was going to go to a PIAA basketball game, and you had it, and he's savvy technologically and all. You had to go through all kinds of codes and things like this just to pay a small amount. What?
Yeah, to get a $5 basketball ticket. How about that?
What incident? What incident got you on this? What is it that did it?
Actually, two really. One lit the fire, and the other lit the fuse. I went to a local school. My wife and I are high school sports enthusiasts, me more than her. But I drove over an hour to get to watch one of my local schools here in Adams County play a football game. And when I got there, I walked up to the booth and I had my wallet out, and I didn't know if it was $5 or $6, whatever it is. And the lady says, "I'm sorry, we don't take cash here." I said, "Well, don't. How am I supposed to get in?" She said, "Well, we are a cashless campus. You need to use a bank card or a credit card." And I told her, "Well, I don't carry a bank card." And she didn't know who I was. I said, "But my credit card belongs to my boss. So if I can't put a football game on it, if I can't use a credit card, how do I get in?" She says, "I'm sorry, I don't make the rules." I said, "So I just drove over an hour to get here. You're going to tell me that I can't come in unless I put this game on my credit card." So she says, I'm sorry, but I don't make the rules. I'm not allowed to let you in for free," which goes 100% contrary to what the PIAA has been telling people. We don't turn anybody away. Well, I got turned away not once, but twice. The second time I went to one of my schools had a playoff game that is sanctioned by the PIAA, and I got to the school. It was a home game, and I get there and I find out, again, I can't pay cash. Like you just said, I have to download an app. I think it was called hometowntickets.com. And then you go in and you give all of your information, your name, your address, your phone number, your email address, and then your credit card. And by the way, I don't remember, I'm not saying it's not there, I just don't remember seeing a disclaimer saying that they can't or will not sell your information. But in any event, after you put all that information in to buy a damn $5 ticket, then you can pay for it, get charged a 20% surcharge on that ticket because of the app, and then you can you can buy your QR codes and move them over into what's called Wallet. Then you can bring them up on Wallet and go through the gate where they'll scan that QR code. Now, my problem is, when I got there was all kinds of people standing outside the gate with their phones in hand, trying to figure out, just like I was, trying to figure out how to do all this while they're standing outside of a gate, not allowed to enter until they had the QR code that the people could scan. So I'm looking at half of these people and saying, my God, these people, and I'm 65 years old, and I'm looking at these people saying, well, they're a good bit older than I am. No wonder they don't do this. Older people we don't mess with apps and things like this. Kids do. My children do all the time. But senior citizens, a lot of them struggle. A lot of them don't even have smartphones, and they don't know how to do these apps and things. We are really putting those people at a disadvantage.
Yeah.
So how do they get in?
Right. I went back to what you said, too. You can't put it on your credit. I'm very reluctant to put a $5 ticket, and I'm going to put information out there, all the things that you put out. I had a question for you, though. Come on, can we lure you down from Gettysburg? My producer and I go, we need this guy here in this area. Man, this would be great stuff.
Yeah.
So why are they doing this? Who is it that made this decision? Are they afraid people will embezzle the money? What's it about?
Well, the schools are doing it because it's easy. They're letting somebody else do all their ticketing for them. That person charges an upcharge to it to run the ticketing. Now, when it comes to schools and credit cards, they just lose 3%. That's what a normal credit card company charges, and they're willing to lose that so they don't have to hire a security guard And I asked that school, York Suburban was the name of it. I asked them on the way out, I said, how do all these kids get in here? Well, we don't charge the kids. Okay. How does a senior citizen get in here? Well, you have to pay with a credit card or a bank card. Okay. But then when it comes to PIAA, not only do they have all that information now in order to get the app and to get your tickets, but what happens to the kids where the parents want to go out for dinner and they tell their 7th, 8th, 9th grader, hey, we're going to drop you off at the game. We're going to go grab dinner and we'll be back to pick you up after the game's over. How's that kid getting in?
Yeah, exactly. Well, the PIAA, I won't say it. You don't have to say it. Sometimes they have trouble distinguishing what is a man and what is a woman when it comes to sports. So maybe they ought to get that fundamentally first before we get into this.
Yeah, in the committee voting meeting, in the Commerce Committee voting meeting, I made the statement, and I'll still make it, that the PIAA is out of touch with the hometown people.
Yes.
And for them to say that it's not a problem, I think at very least, very minimum, is disingenuous.
It is. And the broader context of this, we talk about it all the time. People are worried that cash is going to be knocked out of all kinds of places. And we even had at the national level, the central digital dollar. Our listeners were very much on that. Some of it's information. Some of it is that this is not as convenient as just taking money out of your wallet and dealing with it. And I kid all the time with producers here. You're breaking down on the Schuylkill Expressway. You got to bribe someone. You got to get moving here. You got to get some help. How are you doing that if you don't have any cash on you? I mean, what are you? We going through all kinds of accounts here? No. So who would oppose this? Who would say that you?
I've had a few come back and oppose it. They were school directors,
right?
Because it makes their job easy. And my instant reply to them is this: my concern is not to make your job in the school system easy. That's the least of my concerns. My concern is to make sure that my senior citizens and my youth are not disenfranchised by doing this. And that's exactly what they are doing. And what my bill says, it doesn't take that away. My bill says that, hey, if you want to keep doing this, you can, but you will make cash one of the options in which to pay to get in. Yeah. And that's all it does, is it adds cash. You will accept cash if you're going to have a venue or an event anywhere at any venue. If it involves high schools or any school, any public schools, or anything at 12th grade or less. I can't go after the colleges or the professional sporting events, but it just basically says you're gonna accept cash. But there's another thing to think about also that was brought to my attention. This country has been run on the American dollar forever. And now we're teaching our children that the dollar doesn't mean anything anymore. Everything's just digital. And what happened to learning the value of a dollar and learning to spend, properly and learning how to count money, to know what the proper change is? We're just going to depend on machines to run our lives? No, we need to keep the dollar symbol alive and well in our school systems so that our students know what a dollar is.
You brought it all home. I would say maybe it started to die when we didn't teach cursive in schools. We've been talking about that a lot. Boy,
that's one of the things I disagree with. That should remain. But, if you look at the front of a dollar bill, Dom, what does it say? This note is
legal tender.
Legal tender for all debts, public and private. Right on it. And now you have our school system saying, nah, we don't believe that.
That really brings it all home. So it's out of the committee now. It goes up for a vote. What are you anticipating?
Well, I've asked. I don't know if it's going to happen because I don't run the House floor schedule. I'm just a chairman of agriculture in there. But in any event, I've asked for it to be fast-tracked to possibly go on next week's schedule for a vote, because this bill, for the first time, I've been there 19 years. I will tell you, this is the first time I've ever witnessed even my own bill or any other bill coming out of committee where as soon as it passed and the chairman announced that it passed unanimously, that every single person in the room, I think with the exception of the person from the PIAA sitting in the back of the room, with that exception, I think every single person, Republican and Democrat, applauded.
Wow.
I've never seen that happen. Yeah, there's a video out there on it. You can.
We got to get that for YouTube, Dan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you'll see it up on YouTube. It'll be on my weekly e-blast this week. It was such an overwhelming response that the PIAA was notified through their lobbyist that they hire. And he said, this game's over. The Senate passed it at the end of last year. We just passed it with applause coming out of both sides of the aisle, overwhelmingly. This one's going to go. And it's a very bipartisan, bicameral bill. It's perfect because right now the House is at 101 Republicans, 101 Democrats. So you've got to pass bills that we can work together on. Well, here's one that we can all work together on. Some schools don't like it, but I'm not here to hold their hand. I'm here to take care of my senior citizens.
Well, we want to get you back, and I want to see the person that votes against this. I want to have a long conversation with them. Could we see unanimous vote here? Wow.
I'm hoping for that, although that probably would be rare because some members are afraid to lose a single solitary vote from anybody. If their school calls them and says, you better not vote for this, they'll tuck their tail and not vote for it. And that goes either side of the aisle. That's not a partisan thing. So that can happen, but I'm telling you, the response that I got in my office so far is so overwhelmingly positive for this bill that and this aired on a local news channel 27 out of Harrisburg on last night's news, and my phone blew up. My emails, my blown up. The only people that are writing in opposing it are some of the school directors. Not all of them, but some of them. And again, I'm not here to appease them. I'm here to take care of my senior citizens and my youth. And anybody else that doesn't want to put their information out there to get into a damn high school ball game.
Absolutely. Representatives are just charged up today hearing you. So would you keep Dan, and we'll get you back when the vote comes up, hopefully very soon.
Yeah, let's hope. I've got my finger. I've asked for it, so that's all I can do at this point. So I want it done and to the governor's desk, hopefully before we do the budget. That's my wish list.
Yeah, do you think Josh Shapiro will sign it?
I do. I know Josh personally.
Yeah.
We worked together on the House floor for several years. We're pretty good friends, and as soon as I see the Senate moving this bill out, I'm going to go pay Josh a visit and ask him to put the ink onto it.
Make sure it's not an auto pen. Just saying.
I'll watch him do it. I will actually ask for a press signing is what I'll do.
Thank you, Representative. Keep in touch with us. We love having you on.
Will do. Anytime. Take care.
Oh, boy, Dan, how you swerve into this. Thank you. Great producing, getting him on this. My God.
That's great.
Yeah, come on. It just gets at the old cat. Now, Dan, you're reasonable on this. Henry was pretty reasonable. I think DJ's not on this. Venmo, PayPal. Come on, a little bit of cash here. $5, and you're going to go through. I have to go over here and go through this.
But it's so dirty. You don't need cash. Why? Why do you need the paper tender?
Nothing like cash. Nothing like seeing it there. I mean, I got a check that you're aware of at some point. I'll say more about that. And saw those numbers. If it were there in cash, I would go, wow.
Just a suitcase.
$1 bills. Hundreds, even hundreds. How many hundreds would that? Oh man,
like
still be a stack.
Bad where they just
this scene in
back.
Breaking Bad when Ewell falls back on the money. Yeah, that was great stuff. All right, let me take a quick call. Let's. We have enough lines open. It's time for
Money Melody.
Yes, today we're playing for a pair of tickets to see jazz guitarist Yasho Stefan on Sunday, March 23rd at one of our favorite spots, the Zlock Performing Arts Center in Bucks County. For tickets and more information, visit bucks.edu/tickets.
Dom, this woman's great. We're talking judges today.
Yes.
Right? And notable judges. And in her first year now as a judge, Dom, she's been doing wonderfully. And it seems like anything she touches, whether it's a past life as a person, gosh, I got to be careful here, person competing, or whether it's the world of country, this person always seems to succeed. And now in their first year as a judge, really doing well. And I think might become an all-timer. So, Dom, Here is a cover song by a judge who's in their first year as a judge.
Okay.
Singing a song. We want to know who the cover artist is. Take a listen.
You know I'm a dreamer, but my heart's of gold. I had to run away high, so I wouldn't come home low. Just when things went right, doesn't mean they were always wrong. Just take this song and you'll never feel left all alone.
Pretty recognizable voices.
Yes, you're in the tank on this one here. Wow,
Yeah,
it's going to be
yeah.
quick. 855-839-1210. You know, I forgot with all this judging, Dan, and what you just played here.
Yeah.
I did judge a dance contest.
Oh, did you?
Remember I told you that. I wish we had footage because 2 of the contestants out of 7 or 8 ended up going to the big house, the Pen, in Philadelphia for at least 6 to 10 years.
Ah.
Yeah. It was a tough contest to judge which one of these would go to jail first.
Well, I don't want to give away whether she's a judge of a contest or not there, Dom.
Sorry about that.
She's a judge in her first year.
Judge in her first year. Well, I was a first-year judge. The other judges were dance experts and the former police commissioner out in Upper Darby, Mike Chipwood. What a job, huh? Well, I think this person cannot accept they're going to be in jail anytime soon. All right, hit us with that, 855-839-1210, and we'll get the prize. We'll get the winner coming up, and more of your calls on Talk Radio 1210.
My brother-in-law died suddenly, and now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. That's why I told my husband we could not put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $40 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $18 a month, a savings of nearly $300 a year.
Whether you need a $100,000 policy or a $10 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. In a hurry? Don't worry. With SelectQuote, you can get up to $2 million in instant, affordable same-day coverage with no medical exam.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-637-9116. That's 1-800-637-9116. Or go to SelectQuote.com. That's 1-800-637-9116.
Full details on example policies at selectquote.com/commercials.
Keeping your home warm, efficient, and safe in winter is paramount. That's why I'm a customer of Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. They get my home winter ready. A third-generation owned and veteran-founded company. Get your furnace checked for winter. If they feel your unit needs to be replaced, they're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Train furnace. It's hard to stop a train. Contact Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. Marvin E. Cans, KANZE.com. Tell Dawn sent you.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Ever feel like there aren't enough hours in the day? If you get busy or miss your favorite show, don't worry. With Rewind, available exclusively on the free Odyssey app, you can stream your favorite shows on demand. You know your day is better with us. Get the news that matters to you from the local voices you trust, no matter what you're up to. Give it a try. To get started, download the free Odyssey app and search for your station. That's AUDACY.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
It's Don Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
Yes, that's exactly right. Let's hear the clue and name this judge.
But my heart's of gold. I had to run away high, so I wouldn't come home low. Just when things went right.
All right, let's go to Brendan in Springfield. Brendan, who's that judge?
Is it Carrie Underwood?
Yes.
Wow.
It is Carrie Underwood. Nicely played.
I wasn't expecting the first caller there.
Yeah, very good. You're off to these lock. Dan, first year in American Idol. Is this the last year?
No, I don't think so. I think they're going to milk it for as long as they can. It's still going on, man. And strong, too. It's good.
I thought at one point, the numbers were beyond
They're terrible.
gargantuan.
Oh, I think they're still pretty bad, but I feel like it's a tradition at this point, kind of like Survivor, how it just continues on. It's just got to be there on TV, and Maisie's obsessed with it, so we're watching this season.
Yeah.
And that's the voice of Carrie Underwood, who's replaced Katy Perry this year as a first-time judge on American Idol. I gotta give it to her. She's actually pretty dang good at doing it. So, you know what? Maybe we have a notable judge here on our hands, Carrie Underwood.
All right, very good stuff. Now, as we've been talking. Several news sources put up, and they're claiming this is defense of Musk derangement syndrome. I think it was a good question. Harris Faulkner on Fox asked Caroline Levitt, could there be a death penalty involved here if someone goes around and blows up these Teslas, domestic terrorism and the like? And she added, what the media is leaving out is, suppose there was somebody in the car. They didn't see it. They blew up one, did the other. Yeah, of course that could be a possibility. But the headlines, Fox now saying you'll get the death penalty if you blow up a Tesla. All right, no, but, the consequence of that sort of action could result in that. Hey, by the way, the previous guest we've had on, I'm getting a lot of emails and a lot on that. The sleep guy, that we had on first today, did say, Dan, that Florida, Ron DeSantis, has put this into play. I'm kind of surprised at that schools must start at 8:30, I think he said, because of this notion that's what's having kids not be able to learn. RFK Jr., I can't say. He might bite on this. There's a lot of things that I hope he doesn't bite on. This would be one of them. I think it would do a lot of difficult stuff, make it more difficult. And I don't think in the end, this is why kids are not learning. I just don't see it that way. It's another excuse to get around this stuff. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Great stuff from Representative Dan Maul about cash, at least for these events. Does that seem unreasonable? 100% agreement in the committee. But I don't know. I'm waiting for Democrats are usually on the side saying maybe people don't have the appropriate, they can't do it, whatever it might be. Shouldn't we be trying to limit the amount of times you put your information out there for something as silly as $5 for a high school basketball or football game? That was the whole point. It's reached that kind of level. Here in Philadelphia, I think City Council said you have to offer the cash option. Of course, the other thing that I look at, and I know the business side of this, and Dan, you were working in it maybe at the point where they started this. A lot of businesses, if you use your credit card or debit, they're going to charge you a fee because of the fee they have to pay. It's only a few bucks, but it's like, really? We're going to have to submit to this? So I never do that. I always have cash if I have to, if I think that's going to be something that's happening. One other quick thing before I take a couple calls. The Aurora Police Department, remember them? Aurora, Colorado. Remember during the campaign, Trump? Remember Martha Raddatz, who lives in a $2 million house, telling J.D. Vance, it's only one housing complex. They took over the gangs, the Venezuelan gangs. Remember J.D. Vance? Martha, do you hear yourself?
Great all-time cut.
Yeah, it is. Vance just played it, and she still had to go back and say it at the end. Well, they had a couple of people that were here, the Venezuelan gangs, in the holding tank there, and they escaped. And the Aurora police, who had more manpower than ICE in the area, they refused to help hunt them down initially, that we have a better chance of catching them. I'm not sure if they're caught yet. I mean, I would punish them. I would punish them up and down the line. It's probably not the police. I don't mean the police department. Remember the mayor said that Trump's making it up in Aurora? We don't have that type of stuff here. Yeah, really, sweeping it under the rugs.
Do you hear yourself?
Yeah. He was waiting on that. He was waiting a long time on that
Concerned. A handful of problems.
Only, Martha, do you hear yourself? Only a handful of apartment complexes in America were taken over by Venezuelan gangs, and Donald Trump is the problem and not Kamala Harris's open border? Americans are so fed up with what's going on.
Yeah, that was a beautiful moment. Here is the Harris Faulkner and Levitt cut. Remember the context now. Harris Faulkner, if there are people in the vehicle, they don't see them and they blow them up when they blow up the car, could you get the death penalty?
Caroline, good to see you. I did some homework for this segment, and I want to start someplace that no one's talking about. What happens if there's someone in one of these cars they blow up? That can happen. That becomes murder, or worse, terrorism plus. And I know that on January 20th, the president signed into law, through an executive order, restoring the death penalty. Do you think this sort of thing? And I hate to think it. People leave their children and pets in cars. I mean, you don't know. This is deadly, dangerous stuff these liberal protesters are playing with.
Yes, it is, Harris. And what I can tell you is that President Trump condemns this violence, and he is determined to restore law and order in our country, and he will ensure that the harshest penalties are pursued for those who are engaging in this vicious violence that we have seen targeted at this American company, Tesla dealerships, Tesla employees, and also innocent Americans who have chosen to drive these vehicles. Many of them, ironically, are likely Democrats. If, as you so eloquently pointed out, there is a major double standard here. The Democrats used to be the greatest cheerleaders for electric vehicles and for Tesla, the company, until Elon Musk decided to support and vote for Donald Trump. So the Trump derangement syndrome from the left is on true display with these attacks. It is getting dangerous, and the White House wholeheartedly condemns it. And we applaud Attorney General Pam Bondi for investigating these acts as domestic terrorism, because that is what they are.
Well, and as I just pointed out, the president gave himself another tool if this really goes dark, much darker than it already has.
All right, so people say, oh, listen to these people now. Now they want the death penalty for protests. No, you set fires like we saw in Las Vegas and you kill somebody. Oh, I didn't know. I'm not going to, may or may not be the death penalty, depending upon the state, or federally. We'll see. I wouldn't be shocked by that, and I would endorse it. Do not be blowing up Teslas, is the bottom line, particularly given the battery danger, et cetera. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. You know, I've been telling you, a joy, the next trip when we go with Talk Radio 1210 listeners, there's nothing like it. You know, people that we haven't heard call in over the years are people like Leslie on the last trip and a bunch of others. And this time to Sicily. It is as just mesmerizing as anything you can imagine. It is the ancient crossroads of civilization. The Greeks, the Romans, the Arabs, the Normans, the Spaniards, then the Germans, they all came through and they left their cultural mark. The sun, the sea, and the unparalleled beauty of the Mediterranean, Europe, and Sicily, and then Calabria. That's where we're headed this fall. And of course, we only go with the best tour operator in Italy or anywhere that I know of. Ken Chase, Conservative Tours, guys like Giuseppe who we had on. All this, $55.44, including airfare. The dining events alone are something to behold. Bustling Palermo, the Quattrocante, stunning Montreal, the Palace of the Normans. Call up Conservative Tours. ConservativeTours.com is the website, or 888-733-9494. Don't forget the Godfather Tour part of it. You'll be taking pictures. You'll be telling people you were there. We heard the other day there's even someone alive who was in Godfather 2 at one of the locales. It's all there. And the crown jewel of Sicily, Taormina, yeah, we'll hit that. Mount Etna, the Valley of the Temples. This is Sicily. Ancient, charming, picturesque, and always a country within a country. I will see you in Savoca. Call 888-733-9494.
Weather sponsored by Best Work Industries for the Blind.
Mild temperatures stick around for the first day of astronomical spring. It'll be partly to mostly cloudy with a high of around 68. A strong cold front moves into the region tonight, bringing some showers around during the evening. It'll turn breezy with a low 44. And for Friday, sunshine and clouds, breezy and cooler, high 56.
Join Best Work Industries for the Blind for a Dining in the Dark experience October 2nd at Adventure Aquarium in Camden. Expand your appreciation of taste, smell, touch, hearing, and vision. Come support a great cause. Visit bestworkindustries.org to learn more and register.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Seems everything costs more these days. Gas, groceries, and when's the last time you checked your wireless bill? Yikes. When it comes to big wireless, if you're staying, you may be overpaying. Here's how to get the same fast, reliable nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Plans start at just $20 a month, and that's not a short-term promo. Our US-based experts will get you switched and saving in about 20 minutes. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and start saving today. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing.
Important Social Security news. President Trump's Doge chief, Elon Musk, says Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. And he says there's so much fraud, it's the big one to eliminate. Now, Rob Finnerty is on Newsmax tonight, warning that your Social Security could be in danger. Already, Doge is slashing half the Social Security offices across the nation. Rob Finnerty says that's wrong. Millions will find their benefits denied. You paid into Social Security all your life. Now, Rob Finnerty exposes the lies about Social Security and why it must be protected. Watch Rob's special series on the dangers to Social Security at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Find Newsmax on all major cable systems or download the free Newsmax app. Millions of Americans are switching to Newsmax because it's news they can trust. It's real news for real people.
Family & Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Family & Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
Enhance your home's curb appeal with new doors and windows from Emmons Roofing and Siding.
Our high-quality products offer style, security, and energy efficiency.
And you can choose from a wide selection of styles and finishes from major brands like Anderson or Provia.
Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us online at callemmons.com.
From top to bottom,
to inside and out,
at Emmons, we have you covered.
Are you concerned with AMD? Now protecting your eyes is easier thanks to New Nordic's Blueberry Eye Supplements. Available now at Amazon.com or at NewNordicUSA.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Today's side question, judges in the news so much. All-time judge of any sort you can hit us with. Let's go to Dwayne in Valley Forge on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Dwayne, afternoon to you.
Hi, Dom. I enjoyed the Rubio call. I was at that event. You did a great job. It was before Trump. I remember thinking that I was in the presence of a future president.
Yeah, it was magnetic, and I like the touch. They had us come through the kitchen. I remember the potted palms that we were seated among.
Yeah, it was a good day. It was a good day. Good memory. My judge was the 10th Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, but he was also the 27th President of the United States. And he gave us our president even worse than Joe Biden when he split the ticket with Teddy Roosevelt. And that was Woodrow Wilson.
Yes, that is a great one. Howard Taft. He did get stuck in the bathtub. I mean, he was like 300 pounds and pretty short. Hey, I never got to this, and I don't want to lose the thread of it. We teased it at the beginning of the show. We mentioned a little bit. I'm looking at this article, The Death of the Doggy Bag, that restaurants are reporting that people are not taking food home. Particularly, it's a generational thing and or man and a woman on a date. Diners seem increasingly uninterested in asking for boxes to take home leftovers. Now, is this a breakdown of people realizing that it's
gross?
People are starving. You can't throw out food.
Oh,
you at least ought to have it. All right, doggy bag, bring it over here.
Let's be honest. What's the percentage of food that gets consumed that you bring home from the restaurant?
All of it.
Really?
Yeah.
All your leftovers get consumed.
All of it. Yeah.
I don't buy it.
Because I wouldn't have. Okay. You know what? Roe is sworn today. She said, you're making this stuff up. You tell Dan if he says anything. I think it's outrageous that you wouldn't take the food home. I might even say
did you
something
preempt
to a
the
person.
argument with Roe? Because we usually say, let Roe decide it.
Yeah, no, she told me that. She said, I can't even look at people
the refs.
wasting food like that. Some of these people and their kids, big things stacked up. What's the breakdown here? I'm looking here, and they don't exactly give reasons, but they say that it's obvious people are not taking food home.
Let me propose this calendar.
Yeah.
Has shrinkflation taken such hold that there just isn't enough to take home anymore? Our restaurants serving smaller entrees.
Yeah, because tomorrow, Dan, usually when we do Mannion Foundation Day, there's a nice spread out here of sandwiches.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'll be here 6:30, 7 o'clock.
Do you just come that early so you can have a early shot at a sandwich?
No. I was going to say the late thing, if there's sandwiches left there, I'm not letting them stay there. I'm taking some home. What's wrong with that? I think that's the moral
That's where
thing
they all
to do.
disappear to at the end of the night.
Yeah, exactly. If there's any tuna or
you won't
any
even
of
eat half of them, though.
veggie-
Half of them have meat on them.
Well, right. I'm not taking. Well, Roe would. So
Okay.
we DJ would take them. There you go. I mean, it's a duty to eat the food that was provided.
Okay. No, that's what it is duty.
Yeah, well, you got it. It's lunch the next day. Bill in Montco, Talk Radio 1210. All right, Bill, do you take doggy bag home?
Oh, absolutely, all the time, and I eat all of it when I do.
There you
So
go.
I'm
All
with
right.
you on that one.
We're 1 for 1 on this. Absolutely.
My judge is Fred Gwynn and my cousin Vinny, Chamberlain Waller.
Yes.
And that was his last screen appearance. And, of course, there's that famous line, what is a ute? So Judge Waller is my judge.
That is a very, very good one. Yeah, that's did Marissa Tomei win the Academy Award for that, or was it for something else? Let's see. She was an Academy Award winner. They did that. George wanted to date her in Seinfeld. That film was afterwards, so maybe she won it for something else. Very underrated actress. A lot of depth, either serious stuff, The Wrestler, or Seinfeld. You know, just not, I think she's one of the 5 best female actors the last 20 years, without a doubt. Gary in Newtown, next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Dom. How are you?
Good.
You were earlier in the show. You were talking about kids going to sleep earlier or going to school later in the morning.
Yeah, RFK Jr. may decree that. Yep.
As soon as they show me the study from Asian Americans or Asian American students where their scores are going down, then I'll believe it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's obvious. These kids are still going to stay up if they want to stay up.
I have 2 half Asian siblings, both of them sisters. If it wasn't for their mom, they wouldn't be medical and a doctor. I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Thank you, Gary.
It's all about the mom. It's all about the mom. You know that. It's all
yeah.
about the mom who
Tiger
runs the
Mom.
house.
Yeah, exactly.
Tiger Mom, you got it.
So who's your judge?
My judge, which only you will actually appreciate, is the Pontiac GTO with the judge badge, where you can drive it with 2 feet because it comes with this 4-speed stick shift.
Oh, appealing to the judges. That's great. Well, look, I'm changing America 1 foot at a time here. That's all I need. Thank you, Gary.
I'm with you.
All right, thank you, Gary.
Are we going to have to choose between two? That was Was it General Lee a judge?
I don't know. For years in talk radio, Judge Ito, I got away with stuff that I thought was normal, like saying I could throw a football 40 yards and driving with 2 feet. Which was the most egregious, Dan, that you seized on? The 2 feet, I think.
I eat 100% of my leftovers.
Oh. Oh, you're adding that to the list.
I'm adding it to the list, and that's the...
bro, you got to make the call.
There's no way you eat 100% of your leftovers.
Have your laundry list let out just to set the record straight here. Who out there does not eat or get a doggy bag? Are you insane? And if you're on a date...
Do you bring home sandwiches?
Sure.
Unfinished?
Yeah.
Sure. Burgers on a soggy bun?
I would probably eat it there. I'm thinking of Andre's. It's so good.
No, but
it's got so much stuff that
Tom, I'm sorry, but you've overloaded on the appetizers. You had 2 bowls of soup, so much bread. The burger comes. Soggy bun.
You got to eat it.
You
can't
can't fit it. It just won't fit in the stomach, Dom. Where's it going?
It's a Catholic school thing. You take it home and eat it. If it's bad and all, the nuns will say
you first pray over it.
It's an indulgence. It's you're going to get out of purgatory, definitely, by doing it. If you don't, you're staying an extra day or two. All right. 855.
Say a couple prayers.
Oh, I see some good judges coming up here. Lightning round next on Talk Radio 1210.
Talk Radio 1210's 8th annual Radiothon, benefiting the Travis Manion Foundation, presented by Edelman's Coins, is tomorrow. Listen from 6 a.m. till 7 p.m. for special guests, surprises, and fun, and help the Travis Manion Foundation empower veterans and families of the fallen, and unite the community through service. Listen all day tomorrow on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, Window Nation. For all of your window and door needs, visit windownation.com. Hoffman's Exterminating, providing quality service with personalized care for over 35 years. Oliver Heating and Cooling. Call Oliver for all of your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs.
The good and bad with home improvement projects. The good, you save $1 or $2. The bad.
Kevin, there's no hot water.
So you move on to the car.
Kevin, what's with the car?
Good news, you can recover from these.
Kevin!
Well, most all of them. But when it comes to your retirement, a mistake can be devastating.
Call Joe Yakovich at JML Financial Group. He's been helping folks prepare for retirement for over 30 years. That's why he's able to correct your do-it-yourself problems before they're problems.
Get your complimentary assessment of where you are now and look at some of the retirement boxes you haven't even thought of.
Kevin!
You can't YouTube your retirement. Call Joe Yakovich at 856-925-6674 or visit jmlfinancialgroup.com. Securities and investment advisory services offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC, member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. It's no wonder that ZipRecruiter is the place for skilled skydiving instructors, accomplished airbrush artists, and proficient pediatricians. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter to hire, you're missing out. ZipRecruiter is the place that's so confident it can make your hiring easier that it lets you try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. So if you want the right candidates for all your roles, ZipRecruiter is the place to go. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
If you need to replace those old drafty windows and doors, then it's time you call my friends at Guida Door and Window. Guida is offering interest-free financing options that are sure to fit your needs. Depending on the scope of your project, you can take advantage of 0 down and paying 0% interest for up to 36 months. or take even as many as 72 months. Yeah, that's right, up to 6 years of low monthly payments with no interest. This kind of financing will keep your monthly payments affordable regardless of the size of your project, while you benefit from expertly installed energy-efficient windows and doors that lower your energy bills and increase the value and comfort of your home. And not to mention, Guida will help you save on the price by giving you 20% off all their products. Restrictions apply, minimum purchase required, financing subject to credit approval. This offer is for a limited time only, so call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or visit them at GoGuida.com. That's GoGuida.com.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-488-1329. That's 800-488-1329.
Hey, Westchester. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
All right, before the lightning round here, I got to settle this internally. Poor Sean sitting in for Henry today. He's being,
he said poor Sean.
Yeah.
I've cornered him, Dom.
Cornered,
yeah,
yes.
You guys did corner me on this one.
Yeah, and he's playing the role of a politician because I said there's I'm infatuated. There's no way that you eat 100% of your leftovers. I'm getting text messages from people saying that you got to eat. And I've come to the conclusion, Dom, that all this is food virtue signaling. Sean suggested, you got to do the polite thing and take it so the chef doesn't see it, and make it look like you enjoyed the food. And all it is virtue signaling. But Sean came to the conclusion himself that he too will, like you, eat all of his leftovers and take everything home besides one specific thing, Dom, and I'm curious if you agree with him. What's that one thing?
That one thing is actually a birthday cake. I cannot eat my birthday cake. My birthday was just 2 weeks ago. I had one slice of cake. I actually wound up throwing the whole thing in the trash after that.
What? Wait a minute. Why would you throw why didn't you call us? You got to eat the birthday cake.
I should have brought it in. I definitely should have brought it in.
That's right. You work at a station. We know in radio. I know a host, Sean. This poor woman had a cake for her mother, strawberry shortcake. She paid. We had a thing at the station. He just ate the whole cake. I won't say the name. And didn't apologize or nothing. Well, you left it in the refrigerator. So for radio station, 30 seconds.
It would have disappeared.
People would be walking around with birthday cake things.
Next time, I'm going to bring the cake. The only reason why I don't like cake the next day is because it's hard once you put it in the refrigerator.
Crunchy.
I just don't like that.
Leave it out.
You're eating leftover cake?
Rather than waste it, I would, sure.
You're having your cake and leftover and eating it too?
Ro was going to verify all this if I ever get her to call in. All right, let me go to Joe in Westchester. Joe, who's your judge, Joe?
Oh, it's Judge Parker. I got my note here. And he was called the hanging judge.
Okay, Judge Parker, Earl of Tacony. Earl, who's your judge?
Do you know what happens when you eat a 75-year-old butter cake that was stored in a poorly ventilated English attic?
Yes, I do. And guess what? I ate a 50-year-old giant piece of fruitcake on the air. I wish we had YouTube then and WWB.
He lives by it.
In the morning, I ate it.
But Philadelphia does have a cashless retail prohibition. Philadelphia Code subsection 9-1132. But my judge comes out from a skit that happened on Laugh-In with Sammy Davis Jr. And in 1968, two artists went and made songs based on that comedy skit. One was Pig Meat Markham, and I decided not to go with that because I figure everybody's going to be calling him with Pig Meat Markham. But my answer is Shorty Long, Judge Shorty Long, and the song Here Come the Judge.
All right, all-time classic. Let me get Lynn in Bucks County. This is a really good one. Lynn, who's your judge?
Seamus
McCaffrey from the Eagles court.
Yeah, an all-time great name. That's more ethnic than Dom Giordano. I'd have to call myself Guido to match Seamus McCaffrey. Oh, there you go.
Seamus McCaffrey.
Bill in Bucks. Bill, who's your judge?
My judge is a good friend of yours and Dan's. He once had a parade in Rittenhouse Square, and he's well known by most people, including the Federal Communications Commission. He was a judge on America's Got Talent, Howard Stern.
Thank you. All right, Dan, who is in more ill repute now because of the turn of his life, Springsteen or Stern?
This guy actually goes out during his radio show and patrols the border during his commercial break.
I vote Stern.
Yeah,
I vote Stern. The
I hate to
weasel
say,
of
like, as much
weasel.
as I dislike Springsteen.
Yeah,
it's
weasel
sad.
of weasels.
Yeah.
And Drew in Upper Darby. Drew, who's your judge?
Hey, Dom, thanks a lot, man. Marissa Tomei did get Best Supporting Actress in My Cousin Vinny. But anyway, 1961, the movie Judgment at Nuremberg.
Great film.
Spencer Tracy was the judge. It's a fantastic movie, and Montgomery Clift plays an extraordinary role. So Spencer Tracy, Dom,
I could
appreciate
go
it,
and
man.
watch
Thank
that
you.
right now. Thank you. Joe in Exton. Joe, who's your judge?
Hello, Dom. Good afternoon. My judge is Judge Mary Ann Trump Barry, sister to President Trump, a federal judge who did a stint in Philadelphia.
Thank you, Joe. All right, let's decide this, and tomorrow we'll pull out of the hat for the winner of the week, right, Dan?
Great local ties ones, Dom.
Right.
Leslie and Bryn Mawr called it with Father Judge, but I really liked Lynn and Bucks with Seamus McCaffrey, and then a great show tie with Bill and Bucks with Stern, I think, is a judge for America's Got Talent.
Okay, I could go with Seamus McCaffrey.
Yeah, I
That
think
was
that's
an
where I'm
interesting
leaning
judge,
to.
luckily. All right, Seamus McCaffrey goes into the hat. We found out that Sean doesn't eat leftover birthday cake. All right, that means multiple time in purgatory, so to speak, for that. It's a big moral thing. All right, bro, I'm eating all those leftovers tonight. Make sure you text Dan repeatedly on this, 100%. This might be enough to get her to call in. All right, tomorrow, the Mannion Foundation. We have unbelievable guests. Hope you'll be generous for that. No organization better. All-out radiothon from, 6 to 7 p.m. You'll hear all of us mixed together. There's a lot of fun with that. Rich is next for 4 big hours. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.